righty. Here we go. We're going to take calls in just a moment here. Just give us 1 second. We're getting all set up. Just waiting for our first caller.
Tell me, dog, you gotta shoot straight. If she plans to make you soulmate, will the sun begin to dissipate? You got me caught up in a fugue state. Get the body to.
Oh, here we go.
The least it can do is reciprocate.
Call from
Anna Fager.
to accept.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Anthony. Not much. Just sitting in lab. How are you?
Good. Just got here.
Nice. How you holding up?
Doing okay. Just sort of staying busy as usual. So tell me what's going on. Give us the latest update.
Latest update. I mean, one thing, we can talk about the science or we can talk about, I guess as you said yesterday, I'm going to try to avoid the kind of geopolitical stuff. But,
I think,
on the science realm,
yeah, let's start with
there's
that.
a really cool paper that came out that I've gotten a couple questions about that I think has like pretty huge implications for how we're going to be moving forward once we kind of get on the other side of that epidemic curve, thinking about, establishing who's immune to the disease, who's already had the disease. So, I don't know. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. Let's give me the lowdown on that.
Okay, cool. So thinking about it right now, everybody's been sent home from work because we're kind of at this point assuming that everyone is susceptible. Our entire population is susceptible, aside from those individuals who already have had or been diagnosed with COVID-19 or the virus causing COVID-19. And as we talked about yesterday, diagnostics are a big problem because we don't have the capacity to be testing as many people as we need to be testing here in the United States. And so we kind of talked about yesterday, you and I chatted about how we're really not going to have a good handle on how this virus has been moving and kind of penetrating society and moving throughout our populations until we have a good serology or like an antibody assay. So basically looking for evidence of exposure in humans and looking for antibodies against this virus to say, okay, hey, this person had it. Just today, a paper came out and this group has developed a really nice serology assay to detect antibodies in humans. And so the first thing that came to my mind there was, well, this is great because now it's going to be easier for us to detect those asymptomatic infections, which I know we've been reading a lot about, right? Especially in this 20 to 29 age group. These people that, they're not coughing, they're not needing to be hospitalized. They maybe have kind of symptoms of a cold, a bad cold maybe. And then we're also hearing about people that really aren't developing symptoms at all. There's kind of a wide spectrum of clinical severity that we're hearing reported. And we really won't have a good handle on that until we can go in, later on and look to see how many individuals have antibodies. And they're doing that in China right now, and they're, discovering that a lot more people have antibodies than were showing clinical signs. So I think it's going to be important for us to have this test on board because it will allow us to figure out what the prevalence in the population was, how many people were asymptomatic, but also as we're starting to think about sending people back to work, on the other side of this epidemic curve, we can say, okay, who has antibodies? You had it and you recovered, or you have antibodies, so you are presumably immune. And so then, they might be able to use that as kind of a proxy for, okay, you're good, you can go back to work. Whereas, maybe we want to protect that vulnerable, unexposed population. So that's a paper that I've been excited about today.
Wow. It's really amazing, actually.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Is that public, or is that just kind of circulating around in the...
That is public. So there's this it's a preprint.
Mm-hmm.
And preprints, it's kind of a new thing that the scientific community has been doing the past couple of years, where you're able to just post your paper online on this preprint server without it having to go through peer review, which is where, when I finish up a study and I send it off to the journal says, okay, this looks like something we might be interested in, sends it out to a few other scientists, and then those scientists have, a month or whatever to really rip my paper apart and say, hey, you should have done this differently, or do you have evidence supporting, this, and kind of questioning it, right? So a good healthy critique so that we make sure that only the best information is getting out into the literature. And so, however, that process can take a really long time. And in situations like this, where, it's really critical that the data are released as soon as they come out, we have these preprint servers. So it's not peer reviewed, but the group that put it on the preprint server is very reputable, and I trust that they do good science. And so I think this is a pretty legit preprint. And I will go ahead and I will post that in the link here. So there is that preprint, and it discusses the serologic assay, which is technically called an ELISA, but basically they're just looking for antibodies against the virus in humans. And the really cool thing is, depending on the virus, we sometimes don't see really robust antibody responses until, 7 to 10 days later. But this paper is really exciting because they're finding antibodies in people as early as 3 days after they start to develop symptoms.
Wow.
So
that is actually,
I think
crazy.
It has implications also for the fact that we don't have a really good test online yet that we're disseminating in a high throughput fashion here in the U.S. I mean, if this serology is sensitive enough to detect infection in people 3 days after they start showing symptoms, that's great. So, I mean, there's a lot of bad news, but there's also some kind of, lights of hope at the end of the tunnel. I don't know.
Totally. Before I ask this, by the way, too, if anybody's out there listening and you have questions, just type them into the comments and we'll try and answer them while we're on. Does that idea of detecting antibodies early have potential implications for other different diseases, I'm assuming so, or is it just very specific, this one?
So this test is specific to antibodies for SARS-CoV-2, which is the name of the virus that causes COVID-19. So it's kind of confusing. COVID-19 stands for coronavirus disease. Right. So COVID-19, is talking about the actual disease, and the virus that causes that disease is SARS-CoV-2. So you'll sometimes see those used interchangeably. It's kind of a semantics thing, but this particular test is specific for SARS-CoV-2, and there are a lot of other really wonderful similar sister assays that we can use to detect antibodies to a whole gamut of other viral infections. So, they'll put this on like a panel, and they'll say, okay, let's see if you had respiratory disease. Let's see if you had antibodies to SARS-CoV-2, influenza, and, respiratory syncytial virus or another virus. And so they can develop these panels where they're looking for multiple pathogens or multiple viruses at the same time to kind of help figure out, find the smoking gun and figure out who's the problem child.
Wow, that's really amazing. And so, yeah, I can see that's linked in there. Yeah, and so is there is there anything else new going on beyond that? I mean, there's from yesterday. It's changing so fast.
So it looks like, in the non-literature realm, looks like the U.S. and Canada have closed their borders.
Yep.
With one another, which I'm sure many folks saw, and looks like they're suspending travel into Europe. One of my friends just wrote a message that he was on his way over to France, and France said, no, we don't want your plane. I think he was flying out of D.C.
Oh, wow.
So they landed him in Istanbul, and he's now stranded at a airport hotel in Istanbul until he can figure out how to get home. So,
Jesus.
I don't know. It's my little brother gets home from Turkey today, but he went from Turkey to he was having a hard time getting home because of all the restrictions. So he went, I think he went Turkey to Oslo to Lisbon to New York, and I think he's landing in New York soon, and then going New York to Chicago. So yeah, we're putting him on quarantine for 14 days.
Yeah, Jesus. I mean, wow. And we were saying yesterday, and we'll just repeat this. There was that news study that I think we had linked yesterday that the virus has a little bit more longevity than what we initially thought. The idea that it can exist on surfaces for 72 hours.
Yeah, we linked that yesterday. And here, since we have a lot more people on today that weren't on the call yesterday, let me at least pull up the surface stability coronavirus.
Yeah, some of this stuff is a little bit reiterated, but we want to just get the information out. So
I think it's fine to kind of chat about this, but also, so there, we have a question. I just threw the NPR link in there, and the NPR link links to the preprint for that particular study, and I believe that particular study, it was a preprint, and I think today it was published in the New England Journal of Medicine. So,
oh, wow. Okay.
What they'll do with these preprints is they'll sit in the preprint server until a journal says, oh, damn, I want that study in my journal, and then they'll scoop it up. So
right.
I think that that article just came out in the New England Journal of Medicine. But, yeah, in terms of longevity within the environment and the implications that has for, shutdowns, I think, you're looking and it says that it can remain on plastic. I think for plastic and stainless steel, they're saying up to 72 hours, and cardboard for up to 24 hours.
Jesus.
So thinking about that from the standpoint of, are you hitting your metal doorknob with Lysol every time you go through the door at work? If you are still working, probably not.
Yeah.
And then here, another thing that's pretty scary, viable virus could be detected in aerosols for up to 3 hours post-aerosolization.
Whoa.
So, just thinking about that in terms of, close proximity with other individuals within areas rather without a lot of good airflow.
Ventilation,
I think, pretty significant here.
All right, so let's get to that question. How soon do you think it would be able to test for antibodies in someone who's primarily asymptomatic from Mari?
That is a great question. Let's see. So I guess you could probably extrapolate or try to extrapolate and say, okay, this new serology that they brought online, they are detecting antibodies in patients as early as 3 days post-symptom onset. And I believe the last I checked, the median incubation period, so incubation period being when the individual is infected to when they begin to show symptoms, is about 5 days. So in an asymptomatic individual, maybe 7 to 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
would be my guess, but they might get into that here in this paper. I'll be honest, I haven't read the entire paper. I just kind of skimmed the results a bit, but that's a really good question. And I think at this point, since it's going to be difficult to identify those asymptomatic individuals, again, I think we'll just have to kind of see how that plays out once they start disseminating and using this test more widely.
Totally. Yeah.
But it's a really good question.
Yeah. And and it will happen eventually. You know what I mean? We'll get to that point. Interesting thing here. I just noticed on the news app here. Fort Collins Safeway stores introduced senior only hours, which is actually like a really productive thing.
Isn't that wonderful? Is that that's like early in the morning, right?
I think so. Hold on, I'm gonna actually look into it. But I know they were doing that in England for a little while.
They're doing that back. So I'm from Iowa, rural Iowa, and they're doing that back home. I just saw they're saying, okay, 8 to 9 a.m. Elderly and pregnant and immunocompromised individuals kind of get free reign at the store, and then the store normal hours open at 9. But they're having that early hours.
Yeah, it's saying here stores have designated Tuesday and Thursday from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. So
that's wonderful.
That's amazing. So tell all your friends if you're immunocompromised or elderly or any of these things at risk in general, I suppose. But I guess it's hard to say if it's senior only or if it's also immunocompromised. Oh, yeah, that's both. Okay, cool. I figured it would be. But,
Is
7
it
to 9
for
a.m.
pregnant women as well?
I think those vulnerable, for those vulnerable shoppers who must leave home to obtain their groceries unless otherwise locally mandated, please check your store's hours, blah, blah, blah. So that's basically all they're saying. I don't know if they make any distinctions towards pregnant women, but that is a real concern, I'm sure, that you're finding actually that we haven't really whenever we hear people talk about it, we hear elderly or immunocompromised. We don't hear pregnancy that much. Do you know what I mean?
I know, and that's something. Let's see. Let me pull the literature really quick and just do a quick. That was something I wanted to bring up. I've got some family that are pregnant that are in, they're nurses and are in the healthcare field, and so it's a real concern. Yeah. A lot of healthcare workers, they're completely quarantining, isolating themselves from their families. My dad is an MD back in Iowa, and he works in nursing homes, and he is staying in a hotel for a couple of weeks while my brother is isolating at home, after getting back from all these airports. And so it's just kind of thinking, if you're a healthcare worker, what are the sacrifices that you're making, that these healthcare workers are making to be able to continue providing for their patients? Because we're seeing a lot of infection in healthcare workers, and it's just such a risk. And I think, I can't applaud our healthcare workers enough. I mean, what a dangerous, scary time to be caring for people.
Oh, absolutely. And that goes into, I think they've been talking about it in Italy. They've already experienced shortages when it comes to masks and different protective gear. I feel like masks might be an interesting thing to talk about real quick, just because there's a lot of misconceptions about it. I was in Fort Collins the other day, and I saw a couple of people, I think it was actually last week, driving around with masks on.
Let's talk about masks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, I think it's a good thing to talk about. It's, I'd say, kind of too long, don't read, 10,000 foot view.
Totally.
Masks, surgical masks, and the 3M N95, which are those kind of more sturdy masks that have the piece of metal over the nose band. So we're experiencing huge shortages of those nationally. Even within universities and hospitals, they're trying to move masks around to make sure that the units that need them have them. So huge shortage, which is then being exacerbated by people, caused because people, just normal citizens, are trying to protect themselves. And current evidence indicates that really, unless you are in the medical field and you are working very closely with patients who are infected, so you're doing things like intubating them and aerosolizing a whole bunch of the respiratory droplets that way.
Mhm.
It's not going to prevent you from being infected. It may actually increase your risk of infection because people tend to kind of mess with them more. And so, say the outside is contaminated with something, and then you're, fiddling around with it and trying to adjust it on your face.
Yeah.
You're touching your face more. So the overarching recommendation from a lot of these, larger kind of advisory groups, WHO and places, it's not going to help you.
No.
Save them for those that need it, those that are trained to use them and to wear them.
Doctors, people, I mean, especially going into this thing, which we're still going into it, we've only tested, I think, 1,000 people in Colorado just alone. Or something a little bit more than that, but we're still on the beginning of this. We can't afford to hoard these things. People.
It's going to get worse before it gets better. For
Oh
sure.
yeah,
and I'm not saying that's a fear monger. I'm repeating what Polis said this morning in the press conference. I mean,
yeah. What did you hear in that, real quick? I'm curious because I watched it as well.
Yeah.
And I'm curious to hear what you heard. I mean, he said some very standard things about unemployment, et cetera, et cetera. My partner had to get online and do the unemployment thing at 2 a.m. because the system kept crashing yesterday because it was inundated.
They got 7,000 requests before 10 a.m.
Yeah, before 10 a.m., which is insane. But
Wild.
The unemployment rate in Colorado might drive itself up to double digits. I think it probably already is steadily, if not already there, in the 20% margin.
Yeah, all our friends in the industry, they're all without a job.
Yeah, everybody's just out of a job overnight.
Shops, everything.
What did you hear in Polis's speech, though? I'm curious, what did you pick up on?
One thing I thought was pretty cool is, let's see, and let me pull this up while I'm thinking of it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. There's a website. So not only does Colorado now have a really nice website, which I believe, probably is going to be overloaded. And right now I got it to load. I'm not having problems with it. But it's got great information for the state of Colorado. But also a lot of this is information that's going to be more applicable to other places. But it's got, recommendations, FAQs, how to get tested, where to get tested. They upload. They have a nice data visualization. They upload cases every day. So I'm going to put this here in the. There's that link, and then also Paul has talked about this. Let's see, Help Colorado Now. So there's this website where you can donate financially to the pot of money that Colorado is disseminating through United Way. But there's also a place on that website where you are able to volunteer your services. So you log on and you say, hey, these are my skills. I can volunteer time. And so they have a statewide volunteer coordinator. So they're trying to kind of match people who are able to help with areas that need help. So kind of whatever skill set you have, they'll try to match you with.
Wow.
I'm not finding that link now.
We'll link it in the comments. We'll find it.
Yeah, if you can find it.
Totally. And anything else he said kind of stick out with you other than just, here are the resources we're trying to find? I actually genuinely like the fact that they're all standing at least 6 feet apart now. It does make it difficult for the camera.
Oh, were they? I was listening on my drive into lab. I didn't see them. Well, good. They should be.
Yeah, I know. It's just amusing now because
for the rest of us.
It's a very wide shot, and there's people in the background who, are there and they're just very. It's kind of surreal. But it's cool. It's like, oh, good. Yes, you're practicing what you preach, because I think they got a lot of criticism on the one of the earlier press conferences, which feels like 2 years ago, but was just last week, where they were all standing really close together. But anywho,
here it is.
Oh, did you find it?
Sorry, Oh, well, it says this is the link, but the link is. Oh, here it is. Dun,
Okay.
dun, dun. I'm going to link this. There it is. Okay, there it is.
Amazing. Let's see here. Make sure that came through. Oh, yeah, there you go. Also, by the way, if anybody's out there and has a question for Anna, just type it in. She's probably one of the more qualified people.
Somebody, Curio Recording, sent this nice link. Hospital workers make masks from office supplies. Cool.
Oh, there you go.
There's a question.
Where?
What would it mean if
there
this
it is.
became endemic?
Oh.
That is a really good question. And that's, something that folks are talking about. So are we going to see this become seasonal? Is this going to become something like influenza where there are seasonal fluctuations? And, the reason that we see seasonal influenza is because it mutates or it evolves so quickly. It has the ability to completely swap segments with its cousins. And so in terms of
Yeah.
parts of the virus that your immune system has never seen before that cause you to become sick, huge risk with influenza, and that's why we see the seasonal fluctuation. And that's also why there's a whole team of scientists that have to forecast what the next influenza strain is going to look like, and then that's what they make the seasonal vaccine for. Now with coronavirus, it doesn't evolve as quickly, and so if you're exposed, you have immunity for an unknown amount of time.
Right.
We'll figure that out, I think, as they do studies in primates and things like that. But I do think now that we have serology, we're going to be able to see how many people were exposed. And depending on the prevalence or the proportion of the overall population that was exposed and has immunity, I think that we'll be able to get a better grip on what this looks like moving forward. Maybe I think it's right now the reason that this is not like flu is because we have this hugely naive population. No one has immunity to this virus, and we're all being exposed essentially at the same time. So that's why we talk about, that epidemic curve just peaking super high and overwhelming the healthcare system is because we are all naive. All of our immune systems are naive, and we're all being exposed basically at the exact same time. Whereas with influenza, we're able to vaccinate a good proportion of our population. Always get your flu vaccine.
Yep, always do that.
We're able to vaccinate a large proportion of our population, so we have this herd immunity that protects our more vulnerable populations, and it's also exposures are spread out over several months, right? The entire flu season. So right now, it's just basically like you're taking you're taking flu season and you're condensing it into a very short time frame, and you have absolutely no one that has pre-existing immunity. So that's why we're worried about running out of hospital beds. A large proportion.
And we have an article, I guess. Well, you wrote a really amazing article for us that we should probably link in here anyway, pretty much almost every day.
Thanks.
It was fantastic, and I'll pull that up really quickly about flattening the curve, which is I think has been trending on Twitter. And doing really great things. I think a lot of other countries have been...
Not because of me. I stole that from somebody else and just kind of wrote my own take on it. But
yes, but still, we're adding to the conversation here. Here, we'll link that in here right now.
But that's when you map out the cases, that's what it looks like in terms of overwhelming the healthcare system and how we can prevent that from happening by social distancing, which I heard something yesterday that I really like.
Oh, really?
And I know a lot of people are feeling... Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people are feeling very lonely and isolated. And so somebody said, maybe we should call it physical distancing instead of social distancing, because we should all still be checking in and Skyping with one another and trying to stay, in as close a contact as possible. But really what we're doing here is physical distancing, not social distancing.
Yeah. No, I can subscribe to that. Yeah, we're not, shutting ourselves away completely from everything. That's why we're here and on this live stream in general. I like that idea. That might be a good
Well, I love that you're doing this. I think it's so important. I know I see, there's a few people watching right now. Love that. And I love that we're getting questions and that this is going to be a regular thing. And, who knows what new articles will come out this afternoon that we can talk about on air tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah. So every day we're going to be doing this at noon. And I think we'll probably, do however much time you have, Anna, every single day. If we can get as much, would be amazing. But, and then start taking calls from the community, which is really, helpful for people kind of to keep that in mind, the not social distancing, but physical distancing. We just have to be in our houses. So I think that probably wraps it for today, unless you have anything else you're thinking about.
No, I think that kind of that hits all the major points that we had, discussed going over, and we got some great questions. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess we'll talk to you again tomorrow. I've actually got a big experiment going on tomorrow, and I should be getting out around noon. I just remembered this now. So let's be in touch. I'm starting that at 10 tomorrow morning, and it should last about 2 hours. So
Well, one way or the other, we'll get you on. We can take some calls, and then when you're ready, then bring you on and talk about the day's news for that.
That's perfect. That sounds great.
Amazing. Okay, talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, going to take some calls from you now. Anybody want to give us a call? The number's up on the screen, 970-305-5852. Just give us a ring. What we'll do now is just play some music we have in the back catalog. I think we can bring up a really great version of pretty much a classic without getting flagged by UMG like we did yesterday, of The Pusher by Easy Lovin' that we recorded at the Music District a little while ago. Didn't get a lot of exposure when we initially posted it, but why not give it a little bit of a bump here?
We watched Easy Rider the other day, and then we got an email about this show. We were like, whoa. Gotta play The Pusher. All right. We got an email about this show.
To us.
We were like,
Just send us an email at info@saltmag.online.
well, I smoked a lot of grass, popped a lot of pills. But I've never touched
Looks like we have a caller.
the mind spirit could kill.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
This is Matt Mahern, ladies and gentlemen, on the line.
Hello, y'all.
Tell me what's going on. What are you seeing?
Well, I'm currently in a house doing some painting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Very nice. Just
I have,
just to stay sane, or are you actually redecorating?
well, I actually have, luckily, I also have a side hustle of painting, so that's, my whole world hasn't crumbled completely, but, yeah, it's wild out there.
Yeah, I definitely would say that. But so you're doing painting to stay monetarily solvent.
Right, which is something I was doing anyways, but, definitely music is a large chunk of my income.
Yeah, no, big time. You done any of the live streams yet? Have you, put together a concert-y
No,
sort of thing?
not yet. I might be doing one either tonight or tomorrow night with Ginger Whale.
Oh, very nice.
We talked about it. I just got to figure out if we're still on schedule for that. But so either tonight or sometime in this week, I believe we're going to do one.
Are you doing it? Through one of the people who are doing it out there right now, like Quarantunes type deal, or who are you doing it with?
I think we were just going to do it ourselves, kind of like what Musketeers Ripley did the other night.
Oh, very nice.
Because Lance Ruby, the guitar player for that, he might join us, but also he was able to set all that up, so he's going to help us do that. And actually, me and him are also doing a podcast called The Hang.
Oh, very nice.
Hopefully we'll be putting some of those out while we're all on downtime.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess Magnolia Sessions is pushed back a little bit.
Yeah, we might actually do that as a live stream if things continue the way they are. Do the event live stream, which is something that we talked about doing anyway at the event. But
right, totally.
You know,
is there one on the books?
Rolling, so.
Is there one on the books coming up?
Yeah, there's one tentatively in April. April 18th, I believe is what it was supposed to be. But this one's actually a little different because it's going to be around a movie that John Barnhart put out called Chords.
Right.
Music. And so we were going to watch the movie, which is only like the short film, it's like 15 minutes long or something. And then we're going to interview the cast, and then they were going to maybe play some music at the end of it. So I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work for the streaming thing, but you know, we're going to do our best. Put something out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, and you can get people to syndicate it pretty well. Do you know what I mean? Like, we would be down to at least cross-post it while it's happening.
That'd be great.
Yeah, what are you seeing out there right now, though, for musicians? I mean, you're pretty well connected in the Fort Collins music scene. And I don't know, I mean, there are, you know, people post a lot, but what's your take on it? What are you experiencing right now? I mean, obviously the whole despair thing is starting to sink in, and I feel like maybe it might be fading a little bit, or what do you see?
You know, I think I see it fading and intensifying depending on who you're talking to.
Okay.
My perception is, you know, one of just sort of, it doesn't really do anything for me to get all worked up about it. It's just something that's happening. And,
right.
So, you know, I think doing these things, like, I'm just trying to keep myself busy with the podcast and do some live performances, streaming and stuff, and, you know, try and stay productive and keep my head in the game. And I think, you know, I've talked to a few other people that are doing, you know, the live streaming thing and whatnot. You know, people are resourceful, and I think that they're going to stick and move and be creative with it and try and figure out how to make it work until everything gets brought back up again.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I mean, are there any groups or resources that you're seeing around to sort of, you know,
I've seen a couple
people?
of things, but I don't know. I haven't looked too deeply into them. I've seen a few things that people are doing where they're doing a local musician donating fund. Right. And, you know, there's prerequisites to that, like you have to have so much of your income or whatever coming, and you can have another full-time job.
Yeah. Well, if you find any, you should.
But like,
yeah.
Go ahead, what were you saying?
I was going to say, if you find any of those, like a Musicians Relief Fund, which I've seen a couple of people post about, we'll try and find those real quick and link those in the comments. But if you see anything like that, you should send it to us. We'll try and give it a little bit of a signal boost.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, I know I've seen one or two. I just haven't delved too far into it because I am, you know, still able to have some work right now, so I don't know. Take away from other people that got nothing.
Yeah, totally. I mean, your full-time job, you're a full-time musician, right? And you do painting as a side hustle, or do you have like a job that's now gone?
Well, so I own my own painting business. It's basically just me painting for myself.
Right.
So, I mean, the whole thing is a giant side hustle.
Right, totally.
You know
totally.
What I mean?
Yeah.
Just when it rains, for the music thing, I'm doing that more, you know, but, you know, I'm kind of doing it all at the same time. Just kind of making it work.
Right. Amazing. Well, I mean, and good. At least that's not impacted. You haven't seen anything, you know. You can't really lay yourself off, I suppose, furlough yourself.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I luckily I had a few things lined up that involve me working in a house that there's nobody at. So,
Right.
But I could see in the immediate future things possibly drying up for me. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, you just have to keep us posted, man.
Indeed.
Do you? So you think you're going to be going live tonight? Because we would love to give you a little bit of traffic
You know what?
towards that direction.
Let's just say we are going to do it live.
Yeah,
and
do
then
it.
If not,
Come on, do it.
put my mind to it, and we're going to do it.
Yeah. What do you got, a camera, or are you just going to go on your phone? What are you doing?
I'm not sure how they did it the other night. I remember them doing the same way that Grizzly did it. And the shot was pretty wide and big, so I imagine we're just going to be hunkered down right in front of the camera.
Okay.
Just the two of us. So
In a living room or in a venue? Because I've seen a lot of those in venues where they're sort of empty.
Probably just over at Jason's house, I imagine, in his garage.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There's been some almost comedic examples of people doing like DJ sets in a completely empty club, which is wonderful. I think is actually just brilliant. But
Yeah.
all right.
Hilarious.
Well, so and when can you even give us a vague time of when you want to go live?
Yeah, I'm gonna say let's say 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. All right. 8 o'clock Mountain Time. Lol.
Yeah.
Well, perfect. Thanks, Matt. That was Matt Mahern, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk soon. Yeah.
I'll talk to you soon. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. We desperately need more music over here for this show, so I've put a post out on my personal page, and I'm looking for stuff. And we've gotten some good submissions so far, but we definitely need more to bolster this playlist. Now, here's the requirement for it. It can't be on Spotify. It seems that that's how they use, that's what Facebook uses to track licensed material. So if you've got unreleased stuff, if you've got weird stuff, scoring, music-y, kind of ethereal, atmospheric, Brian Eno type shit, send it to us. Oh no, we've got another caller. Anyhow, we're gonna take this.
Call from
Bang Bang.
Oh, hello, Bang Bang.
Hello.
How are
How's
you?
it going?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm okay. Quarantined.
Well, introduce
doing
yourself.
okay.
Introduce yourself real quick for people who don't know who you are already.
Well, my name is Bang Bang Von Lula, and I am the owner of Blue Stocking Burlesque here in Fort Collins, Colorado.
Amazing. Yes, and we like Blue Stocking Burlesque a lot.
Yes, you are one of my sponsors. Thank you for that, sir.
Yeah, if I had I don't really want to stoop to the level of like a shock jock radio DJ and have like a clapping sound effect. But that would be like the only time where it was applicable. So how are things in your world?
Well, I've had 15 gigs canceled.
Ooh,
So
Jesus.
and it's ironic because it's like I had a really slow season throughout November, December because I'm Jewish and very unhireable for the Christmas shows. And then we switched our venues and stuff. But then I got all these really great gigs that paid really well coming up in April, and now they're gone.
Yeah, they just did it overnight, basically, from one week to the next.
Yeah, I mean, in a day. And I frankly was the one who was asking the questions of the other producers because I have a compromised immune system
Right.
from like a genetic disease I have, and so I had to be really careful, and I wanted to work, but I also want to be like, is this realistic for any of us right now to do this?
Right. Yeah.
Because burlesque is kind of, some places are really close quarters and some are not.
Right.
And for a few of these shows, I just wasn't sure. So I was like, I don't know, I could be sick and not know it too,
Yeah.
Two-way street here.
Yeah, and it's just difficult now to have gatherings of any size in general. And on top of that, the requirements for burlesque is more stringent than just like a acoustic show or something. You've got to not be in the view of the street because the city and all of that.
All all the laws.
Yeah, there's a lot of laws.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these live shows going up. Like a ton of my friends, most of my friends on the internet are all drag or burlesque performers, and they've all really rallied and done all these live shows. Like some are doing like a subscription style one for $15 a month. You can see all the shows they do for a month, and some pretty amazing strategies coming out from this, especially with burlesque and drag. And
I was about to say, what do you see
thinking
with
about doing that.
You know, what are you seeing in that front? I mean, we've had a couple of days now. It's Wednesday on this week because it kind of felt like everything happened on Monday and now we're on Wednesday. And I felt like last night a little bit more ready to be like, all right, we've got a plan for the magazine and we've got a plan for everything else, you know. But I don't know, where are you at in your planning, scheming phase right now, and what are you thinking about?
Well, right now I'm trying to figure out, we did have a few shows for our company, not things I'm contracted to as an individual, but for Blue Stocking, we were supposed to do a show at New Belgium and a show at Pinball Jones in May, and I just don't see that happening now.
Right.
At least not for the dates that we have, so I'm going to probably try to reschedule those. And I'm like in quarantine because I was near Summit County last week.
Yeah.
So I'm seriously trying not to screw anyone's life over, including my own. So for
Right.
any sort of a live burlesque event with the rest of my Blue Stocking family, we'd have to wait another week.
Right.
But that gives me time to figure that out because I don't know how the copyright for music is working on all this, because I've heard a lot of my friends have run into issue with that.
Welcome to the club. We just
I know.
Yeah, we were, as you were calling, I was just explaining that actually, that well, even apparently if it's not licensed material, UMG will still put up a fight and try and take your video down, because they did that to us yesterday. We were playing some Black Moon Howl unreleased live recorded stuff that, you know, was totally not on Spotify, not on any of the networks, and UMG still shut us down because Facebook's offices are so lacking with real humans.
Crazy right now.
Yeah. And so the robots have taken over and flagging everybody's content, like for coronavirus stuff, for music copyright stuff. So it's really tricky right now. I wouldn't be surprised if that's hampering some people's live streams a little bit. But you've heard other burlesque people do like paywalled live streaming stuff in general, huh?
Oh yeah, like a ton, and a lot of drag performers, which I feel like with drag, especially because a lot of it is lip syncing,
right,
people that are going to be like, whoa.
Yeah,
I haven't heard of anything yet, but I'm like waiting to be like, okay, how do I actually approach this? Because I just launched my YouTube channel, and today, because I have nothing else I can do, I've been trying to put music on a few of my videos that I thought I had cleared copyright-free music, and I didn't.
Oh, wow.
And I don't want to be, unmonetized right away.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know how to navigate through it right now. I just feel like being online is very frustrating at all. But
yeah. No, it can be a pretty strange place right now, because everybody's online and kind of angry and locked in. But what kind of music are you kind of looking for? I mean, maybe there are people out there who can generate some some license free stuff for you. I mean, local stuff is kind of a thing that I'll bring up, but I don't know if it's helpful because it might not be the style, or it might not be the exact specifications, and you build dances around specific songs, so it's really hard to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, with the dancing it's harder. With the YouTube it's not as hard, because I just basically need something in the background that keeps a beat, that doesn't have, preferably not too many vocals on it, because I'm talking through most of it.
Right.
And yeah, that's the thing I'm more concentrating on today. But I'm sort of, as I said, waiting for other burlesque dancers to do the live stream, and then I'll get feedback from them about how that actually shook out.
Yeah. Well, usually it takes a little bit of time for them to flag stuff. I've noticed that we can, I think our very first live stream that we did, this is like the third one, technically the third day. And the very first one we were using copyrighted material, and it took them a little bit for them to figure it out and then flag us for it. So, I mean, it just depends on if you're trying to do immediately live stuff. it might be interesting to try and get some bands or people in the background for that kind of thing, maybe doing stuff right there. But that also gets really sketchy when you're talking about like public health and not having.
I know.
It's yeah, it's difficult.
This is like the worst time for someone like me. Honestly,
Yeah.
like I'm honestly doing okay. I'm not like sad. Well, I am sad, but I'm not like freaking out
Yeah.
about too much because luckily I do have, like, burlesque is my main job, and then I have a side hustle that actually keeps me like secure, which I'm
Yeah.
very, very blessed. And there's something I saw that someone's imploring that people who do have something else that can keep them afloat at this time to not try to apply for these grants for folks who really need them, because this is all they have. Like, I don't
Right.
work in the service industry anymore, and everything I do is like contracted, like office work, so I can do that from home very easily.
Right.
And I'm very lucky to have that. But, losing 15 gigs
Yeah.
is a lot of planned money gone, but I will be able to buy toilet paper if I ever find any in this town and go
Yeah.
about my life.
How's that been going in Fort Collins? I mean, I'm down
I
in
have
Denver.
been, it's so terrible, man. Like, it's so awful.
Oh, no.
And let's be real, because I'm Asian, there's some weird vibes at me right now. Not everywhere. I'm not
yeah.
saying like this is like Fort Collins is a weird place for that, but it's definitely happened a couple times so far.
Mhm.
So I don't feel super awesome every time I have to go out.
no.
And but I'm not
Let's be
coughing
real, because
or
I'm
fevery
Asian,
or
there's some
sniffling,
weird
so nobody's
vibes
really
at me
honing
right
in
now.
on
Not
me.
everywhere.
I'm not
I'm
saying
not
about that, but I was at Safeway a while ago, and everyone around me was coughing.
definitely
Like,
happened
dear
a couple
Lord.
times
so
far. All I want is
I
some
don't
toilet
feel
paper and a can of beans. I'm not trying to be a horny, crazy person. I'm full of toilet paper.
Yeah.
I was at Safeway a while ago, and
Yeah.
everyone around me was
And,
coughing.
there's
Dear
the-
Lord.
the daily
All I
updates
want is
of
some
stuff
toilet
where that stuff is constantly changing, because I mean, it's going quick, I guess. There are people they've got to be hoarding toilet. There's no way that
We
all of a
have to
sudden,
know someone who's hoarding. Like, I
Yeah.
kind of want to be like, all right,
Who's
who's
out there?
actually been this bitch, and can
Yeah.
I please have some?
Yeah, just like, like, come on. I mean, it's not like we're out or anything. I mean, we're fine because we buy a normal amount of
A normal
toilet paper.
amount. Yeah.
Like, there's really no reason to stockpile the shit.
Yeah.
I mean, bidet sales are definitely through the roof these days. I'll tell you that much.
Super. Yeah. I mean, just get a water bottle, squeezy one.
Oh God, Jeez.
That's what I've heard. Like, even a ketchup bottle would be fine.
Oh, my
so if
God.
any of you all out there wondering how you can make an at-home bidet,
Yeah,
finish
there
that
you go.
ketchup and spray your butt with it.
A homemade
After.
bidet. I mean, what are we becoming? I mean, whatever.
I don't
It's fine.
know.
Hey, it works. Whatever. Whatever. Either way, though, did you? So you said you're like pretty secure financially. Like what? But is
Well, not like ferociously so, but
Right, yeah,
I
not
know
rock
I'm
solid.
going to make my rent,
right?
for
right.
instance, which is a huge blessing. And I've definitely in my life been completely screwed in that aspect. So
Right.
I'm very grateful for the other jobs that I have, but
Right now. Yeah.
and they seem to be health based too. So that in some areas, so that's like something I'm like actually kind of busy with, and
Totally.
the time gives me some, like to work on some burlesque stuff and really instead of, because I've been gigging really, really hard for a while, for like years, and I haven't had much downtime to like be focusing on a new act I want to do or deal with like my mentoring of people in a more meaningful way, and I'm just able to do that now and still have a little bit of money coming in until this blows over.
Yeah, that seems to
But-
be a positive thing that could potentially come out. I mean, that's what I've heard from a lot of people who have called in, is that it's the idea that, like, this is some good time to kind of recenter and refocus, and maybe even, if they're musicians, write more material. If in your case, work on some new, stuff, routines, and that kind of thing. How's everybody else taking it? I mean, everybody in Blue Stocking, are they all right, or where are they at?
Well, I mean, I don't want to say specifically just because but
Yeah.
I one of them works in a sort of health-related industry, massage therapy, and that's kind of not going to be happening for a while, which is understandable but unfortunate. But, you know, we all are going to take care of each other in that aspect. And the other one works at a dispensary.
Yeah.
And they're taking precautions there. But I don't really know. I don't know. One also does work in like the government and like a desk job, and they have not, as far as I know, done much besides like stay in your cubicle about it. But I imagine in the next week or so, they're all going to have to kind of hustle in a different way.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, I think we're going to be okay. Definitely as a unit, as the Blue Stocking family, and as the burlesque community, people are really rising to this. Like, I don't know. I woke up, it was my birthday last week, and this is just when all these things were starting to happen. Like, I had my last hurrah last week. I went out for like an hour. Went to a show with 4 people there.
Jeez.
We were all socially distancing. Like, it was the most ridiculous thing. And then the next day, my feed exploded with, you know, people from other states mostly, because Colorado was kind of late to closing bars down in the scheme of it all. And they were like, I've just lost $3,000 worth of income, blah, blah, blah. And then all these people who enjoy going to burlesque shows, there were quite a few of them that we're all friends with that are just like entrepreneurial sort of fans. They're like, okay, set up a Venmo, I'll send you some tip money.
Yeah.
And then that kind of brought it through to the live video streaming, and then people can pay that way, can tip, or either there's like an admission to get into the live stream. And we've all just been really trying to make that work, and also in a time that's kind of shitty, bring some joy by bringing entertainment to you that you were missing out on because you can't go out in public. And that is, you know,
that's exactly
goal.
why we're on the air right now.
Yeah, it's important, man.
Yeah,
You gotta. Everybody's like, do you think that burlesque is going to be sustainable? I'm like, pretty much for the whole entirety of the world, I think you're going to need entertainment.
Yeah.
So yes, I do think that my job is going to be needed forever.
Yeah.
And I've been asked that quite a few times, and I'm pretty confident. I mean, it may not always pay the best or whatever, be consistent, but you know that people always want entertainment, even through the Great Depression and many other times of just arduous terror. Entertainment was important to get you through the shit, and I feel very confident that I and my family contribute to that. So.
Absolutely. And that's what we all have to do. You know, like you kind of mentioned it, taking care of each other. And I like pretty much end up finding myself reiterate this idea at least once a day, which is like, it's war times without a war. You know, we're in it now. You know, we need to be taking care of each other, delivering each other groceries, doing that kind of thing, helping each other out. And particularly with something like this, you know, like signal boosting, we've got like a marginally, you know, small but plucky little network. And so, you know, we can help signal boost and try and give as much exposure to as many people as possible. You know, I think that's the future of this. Well, the future of the right now.
We're living this. Yeah. The right now.
The right
future
now.
of the now.
Yeah, the future of right now for the next, like, you know, 4 to 6 to 8 weeks. Who knows? You know.
Yeah, who knows? Really hope I find some toilet paper. You know.
Yeah, I mean, have you tried going? You know, like I haven't heard any reports from Wyoming yet. I mean, do you really want to drive to Wyoming to get toilet paper?
Yeah, well, I'm not supposed to leave the house. Like, we're cool. Right? We have 4 rolls of toilet paper. I
That's
live
good.
with my husband, and I'm the one who uses the toilet paper the most. I'm being very, you know, I'm rationing because I don't know. Like, I've been to 4 or 5 stores, and it's just it's the sign of panic that just it makes me crazy. It just makes me insane. And when I see these videos of people who are getting in fights over hoarding toilet paper, I'm just like, well,
I know.
Good God. Like,
I know.
We're all going to be identifying ourselves pretty intensely at this time. Like, a crisis will bring in, like, so you're secretly that person. I'm glad that I know now. Like,
yeah.
Thank you
I mean,
for the toilet paper identification of your soul.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing that with people. We're seeing that even with companies, you know, certain companies that are, instead of furloughing people, they're reducing their hours to 0 so that they can't apply for unemployment or anything, you know, and retain staff. It's awful, you know. So we're starting to see anytime there's a crisis like this, it does bring out the true motivations, and you know, it shows people who you really are, you know, how you act, and if you hoard toilet paper or not.
Yeah, I actually got into my first like Facebook altercation today. I'm pretty passive, and I don't like to
do that shit very often, but somebody was actually about that Jared Polis Google form that's been going all around the country, depending on your governor, that you shared.
Yeah.
And I kind of already saw that it was that Josh 2020 thing, but then when you put it all together, I was like, oh, thank God, I can start telling people this now with a little bit more information to back it up. And somebody got all over me about it, saying that I was claiming that Jared Polis was the person doing it. I was like, no, I said somebody who's running for Congress this year, his name is this. Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, and then we dropped it really immediately because it was just a misunderstanding, I hope. But I was like, really?
Yeah.
Like, why? Fear-mongering and profiteering is a thing right now. Like, let's just be a little cautious.
You know, and
if we can.
My biggest thing with those surveys that are going around, or not surveys, petitions, you know, the biggest thing there is that it's like, we're still talking about collecting people's data, you know, and Google Forms is not really the best place. And I know you had even posted yesterday, is like Change.org also has its own problems. But luckily, though, for Change.org, there's some level of obligation when it comes to, like, you know, protecting people's data. If you send out a Google form, who knows where that data is being kept and who can access it, regardless of Josh's, you know, intent. Like, I don't know. You know, I mean, he might get hacked, for Christ's sakes, you know, or whatever, and his security system might be much.
And then they have all of our stuff.
Exactly. Yeah.
Easily.
So that's kind of my thing. Is like, don't circulate petitions that don't have third-party verification. And when that initial one was circulating, there was like no information on who he was or why he was doing it or anything. And it was only after I like started sharing it, and then I got into a Facebook altercation on his page, that all of that stuff was added. And I really honestly think that, like, you know, he's a democratic socialist. He's down with all the causes. Like, he's not a bad dude.
Yeah, I looked at his stuff. It's not like he's some... but still, it's like the way to go about it is that's not the way.
It was sloppily organized.
Young or something.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I feel like they're just, in their mind, they're more, like, at least for even my adoptive kids who are just a few years younger than me, I'm like, how do you think like this with technology? I don't understand. Even you, Anthony, I'm like, how did you, okay.
Yeah.
And I feel like he just immediately saw this opportunity.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I'll just do it this way. And he probably, based on his beliefs, would, in fact, try to make some sort of an effort on the behalf of these states. But it's also just, it's data mining in the most incredible, terrifying way. And frankly, I don't need people to know more about me than what they already know.
Yeah, exactly.
As a burlesque dancer, you've probably seen my whole being in the nude.
Yeah.
You're welcome. But also, you don't need my social security number.
No.
Sorry.
Or even like email zip code thing.
Or my phone number.
Yeah, the other thing too is that it inspired a bunch of copycat petitions that are circulating around right now because it's so easy to copy, and that's again a third-party verification system prevents shit like that. You know, there's some level of accountability there, where you know you can't have 5 people making the exact same Google form and tricking people into signing it. You know what I mean? Because maybe one is legit, but the other ones aren't legit. You know.
Yeah, there's a lot of having to weed through stuff like that right now.
Yeah, and it's opportunistic.
I'm encouraging
shit.
people to do that I know, just because I have seen folks been taken over by doing something like that and them kind of screwing up their lives for a while. And I don't want any of the people I care about or anyone to fall into that on accident just because they're trying to do a good thing, because that is where that, you know, motivates from, is trying to get rent help and income help. It's like, that may not happen. You just gave them your number, so just be careful, because now you're going to get calls.
Yeah, totally. No, exactly. Well, cool. Bang, bang. Post any links you've got to stuff. Do you have any live streams scheduled, like, anytime soon, or is that a...
No, it would have to happen next week just because we don't want to be around the kiddos right now. But I will let you know, as you are one of our sponsors. All the sponsors will know when we do that. And all I'm really working on this week is YouTube stuff. So we'll see if I can get that going.
Well, keep us posted, and, you know, like, we'll try and syndicate and keep stuff moving, you know.
Wonderful. Well,
Awesome.
thank you, Anthony, and thank you, Salt. And I hope everybody calls in
Yeah.
and gets a healthful little rant today.
We'll give it a
Important
share,
better.
and we'll actually probably be putting this up on Spotify as soon as it's over as a podcast. So and sharing that. So if you want to share it, you're going to be a part of it, obviously. So give it a
Hope
give
I
it a bump.
said nothing too crazy.
Nah, not really. You're
Yeah.
fine. You
Not
sound
really.
you sound great. You were fine. You're great. You're great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, great. Thank you,
yeah,
sir.
great.
All right. Well, much love to you.
Yes, much
I'll
love
let you
to
take
you.
another caller.
Yep.
All
All
right.
right.
Talk to you soon.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. I think we've got another caller in the wings. Let's give it a shot here in a moment. I think we might just call them because they left us a little bit of a voicemail. All right, let's see if we can get another caller lined up. Like I was saying before the last call, we are always in need of music, but it can't be on Spotify. Ooh, another call. Hang tight.
Joe.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Hey Joe, you're on the air.
Hey, Anthony.
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Oh, just hanging in there.
Where are you?
Unknown secret location.
Okay, that's where I am too.
Oh yeah, you little bunker panic room thing. What do you got going on?
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm in my bunker. Yep,
Nice.
stockpiling different products and
Yeah, live streaming materials.
yeah, totally. So man, this is fun, huh? We're having fun now.
Well, I mean, we're trying to. I think that's kind of that's the thing is that I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where we need to give people something to listen to, give people something a little bit of something to be hopeful for. And you've been busy during this time. You haven't stopped really, huh?
I mean, I'm pretty much been, I'm a community college instructor as my day job, so
Yeah.
that's been put on. I mean, I'm on spring break right now.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
Next week we have an extra week's break, and then we have I don't know. Oh, classes are going online for the rest of the semester.
Oh.
Other than that, I'm sick. I'm home dad right now, which is really interesting.
You're a stay-at-home dad. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean,
Ah.
essentially, my wife works in healthcare, so she's going to work every day, and the kids aren't going to school. We could send our 1-year-old to daycare if we wanted to, but we don't want to.
Right.
So I just got done teaching some second grade math, which is a total mindfuck. And but other than that, yeah, I did a benefit because I'm a musician, so I did a benefit concert last night. And that was a lot of fun. I really want to do that some more. I'm kind of jonesing to do it again.
So
I
tell
don't
me
know
more-
if I helped anybody.
Tell me
but,
more about that. Yeah. I mean, so what did you set up and how'd you do it?
Well, I have a 1-year-old, so I had to go over to my mom's house too. Went down to Denver to stay with my sister, and I just set up the camera, no special equipment or anything. I made sure there was enough light.
Yeah.
And just played some songs. My daughter's been singing with me. She's 7, so she sang a couple songs with me. I have a little device to make it sound better. So I think next time I do that, I'm gonna plug that little device in and want to experiment with some lighting and whatnot. But I just put out a bunch of people's Venmo handles, hoping that somebody would see a name on there that they knew and wanted to donate some money to them. Because I used to be a full-time musician. And I cannot imagine how I would be feeling right now if I just lost 2 months of work or whatever it
Yeah.
ends up being.
At least 8 weeks, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a minimum, it seems like. I mean, what did Polis say? Did he cancel things for a month or?
It basically, you're looking at dine-in options, restaurants, things like that for 30 days. And then the CDC kind of came in and said gatherings of 50 people or more are out
Right.
for 8 weeks. So the 50
Right.
people or more thing directly kind of affects the venues and the live music.
Mm-hmm.
We will see, and I'm not trying to be too not trying to be too optimistic or too realistic here, but we'll see what happens in a couple of weeks, right? It could be 10 weeks, it could be, months on that CDC thing, or it could be less. You really don't know. I mean, we have an idea that it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. But we don't know what it's a kind of an unknown. And then Polis's thing is kind of the exact same way. He said 30 days at least. It could be more, it could be less, or it could be less than 30 days, but it could be more than 30 days, which is the other scary thing there too.
Yeah. Speaking to the more things, we'll get that out of the way because I was talking to my mother-in-law today, and she was like, well, they got it under control in China, right? What was that, a couple months? And I didn't want to explain to her the extreme measures that they took in China to get it under control in a couple months because I didn't want to bum her out, but I'll bum your listeners out, I guess. But, I mean, it was like extreme quarantine, don't leave your house. If you had the virus, you got separated from your family and got cleaned up somehow. So,
they would send you to, if you showed symptoms. It was really amazing. They would have people, if you lived in an apartment building, they'd have people from the government or from the health office there taking people's temperatures. And if you were exhibiting symptoms, you get sent to essentially one of these locations that it's like a gymnasium with cots in it, that is a little separated, and you stay there until you get tested. And if you test positive, then you go into quarantine. They were trying to crack down on this whole family spread thing because there's a lot of people who live together multiple people living in semi-close quarters, I mean, it's similar to America, but, they're just trying to cut down on the idea that, even if, if you're infected, you don't take it home to your family and spread it to them, and they don't even know that you have it at that point, and et cetera, but yeah, they crack down hard. I mean, being completely separated, that is a thing that we have not done at all. We haven't even
I
begun
mean, that's not very American. I can't see people going for that. But on the sunny side, I feel like we're doing the right thing, or at least the people in my circles seem to be doing the right thing.
Absolutely. I see Colorado's doing pretty well. You look at specifically in Colorado, it's doing pretty well. The other states are starting to do stuff too. I know some friends of mine in Pennsylvania who are maybe even listening. They seem to be starting to get their shit together. But Colorado is trying as best as they can. And the people of Colorado, luckily, are pretty reasonable or trying to, voluntarily. The rule of thumb, the suggestion is to act like you're infected, to save other people's lives. Yeah. Don't think that because you're healthy you can go out and you can do stuff. Just act like you're infected and you're self-quarantining for 14 days, and we'll get through this. Right. We've got to do that, and we're doing pretty okay. I mean, I've been personally really amazed with the amount of ingenuity that, like, even the small art scene, it's not even that small, but a small compared to the rest of the country art scene in Fort Collins, and then just locally, like you talk about the Front Range, like Fort Collins, Denver, Boulder, and everything in between. Yeah. How quickly they've mobilized, because they've really mobilized super fast. They're getting their shit together. They're doing live streams. They're doing live stream concerts. They're adding Venmo handles. Everybody's sharing data. Everybody's sharing information on how to do this quickly and effectively. And that is the best thing to keep the art scene going, because it's tough. It's tough right now. We don't want to lose anybody.
So, yeah, I mean, right, because if this thing, I saw it somewhere. I don't want to spread garbage, but I saw it somewhere like it lasted a year or a year and a half. It would fundamentally change who plays music. You would lose a lot of people, and so. What I'm wondering, and I'm going to ask you this, is there a place, because when I was doing this live stream last night, I put up a bunch of Venmo handles, and then I got comments like, I don't know who these people are, who do I pick?
Yeah.
And I was like, well, just pick anybody. I don't know. If you don't know the names, whatever. But I think they had a point. Is there a place that people can donate to support artists or musicians in Colorado?
We are, it's... I like to think of this past Monday, what feels like a year ago, which was 2 days ago, as like sort of day one-ish, right? That's like when everything happened. Polis came out and said, we're shutting down the restaurants, blah, 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 all that stuff. So the thing is that I've started to see rumblings of some people putting together nonprofits as far as the Musicians Fund are concerned. There's a couple of different organizers working on a rent strike, which is also really good. That's in the works right now too. So there's a couple of these groups swirling around. I mean, it's laborious and long to get a nonprofit license. So to go and do your thing, it's probably not as reactionary as it needs to be. But I think there are some already nonprofits working on that right now, and we'll link that in the description for this video as a resource too. It's difficult though. I feel like there are musicians who it would be nice if it was egalitarian. I feel like there are some musicians who are going to be really hurting in about 2 minutes, and need an infusion immediately. And what would help against that is suspending and forgiving this month's rent, mortgage, everything, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And moving on from there, because I mean, you've got to just forgive it. You've just got to move on from it. Musicians who also work in the service industry, they're not going to have the money to pay for this sort of thing. We're just at that point now, So
yeah,
Yeah. So
Yeah, you know, down in Oklahoma where I used to live, there was the Red Dirt Relief Fund, which
Oh, really?
existed before all this, and so it's like it's already set up, and so people are using that, but there wasn't really anything in place here for us to grab onto. So
Right. Right.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing right now, right? We're figuring all this out.
Yeah, and I think the infrastructure is going to be key, and how to allocate those funds are going to be key. I mean, I think we need. I don't know. Have you seen any good groups worth bringing up? Either Facebook groups, people, individuals.
Well, yeah, my
doing-
friend Lauren made something called the Fort Collins Musicians Fund. She has a GoFundMe, and she plans on dispersing those funds herself. And it's not a nonprofit. It's really, but she's kind of doing what I did. It's just as grassroots as you get, you know.
And what was it called? It's
How do
just
we
the
get
Fort
funding?
Collins Musicians Fund.
I don't know exactly what it's called, but I can link it somewhere on your page. Yeah, she's trying to get something going with a GoFundMe that she could disperse the funds herself. I don't know how she's going to figure that out, but
Yeah. Let's see here.
I
Oh,
can
Fort
link you
Collins
to that.
Musicians Relief Fund. This looks like a new page-ish.
it's a brand new page.
Kind of looks like it. Fort Collins, 20 hours ago. Yes. GoFundMe. Okay. Organized by Jay Parsons. Is this a different one? This might be a different one.
It's Lauren Parsons. That's her name.
Oh, okay. Cool. Oh, okay. It just says Jay Parsons. Cool. We're
Yeah,
going to
I'm not
link
sure
that.
what the J is, but that's
No,
her.
that's all right. We'll link that in the comments here real quick. Here we go. So just get that out to people.
And I'm really curious to see what, the Fort Collins Musicians Association and the Bohemian Foundation, what their role will be.
Yeah, I know. I think, they're kind of. Have you heard anything about FOCOMX yet? I don't think I have.
I feel like they're just waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's probably a
No, I
wise
haven't.
thing to do, is to just wait and see how bad things are going to get. There's,
I have a rehearsal next week for my FOCO MX show, but
do you?
yeah, I haven't talked to the people. It's like 15 people in this band.
Oh, geez.
We're recreating the London Calling album by The Clash.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
a
you
bunch of
mentioned
people
that
involved.
to me in private a while ago. I
Yeah.
remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, we're supposed to play Saturday night at Prost at 10:30.
Okay.
And then eventually we're gonna book a show at Washington or the Aggie or something, and do it as a regular concert this summer or fall.
Right. That's
But,
amazing.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's amazing. I was giving you praise.
Oh, thanks. I'll
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah.
I haven't really talked to those folks yet. I've just been kind of quarantining myself, so.
Yeah. Well, and we have to. It's hard to anticipate anything like that. I think the only thought that I have is like, okay, well, we know that maybe by June it will be done.
Right.
Yeah, and that's even still a maybe. I want it to be done by June, but that's actually kind of right around the corner when you look at the lifespan of a pandemic.
Right.
So we'll see.
Right.
But so when is your next? Do you have any live streams scheduled? Do you have any concerts in the wings that you're thinking about doing? Maybe another one, because you did a great one last night. I tuned in a little bit for that. Tell me a little bit more about that, and then what you've got coming up.
I'm just kind of no, I don't. I'm open to suggestions too about times to do it. You're talking to a lot of people. Are people doing it at night, in the day, weekends, weekdays?
Yeah,
People getting together and doing it.
Yeah. I've so the people that I've talked to, it seems like evenings is preferable. But again, it's tough as far as an organizational thing is concerned. To not try and compete with somebody else. You know what I mean? So I think the thing though is that it does seem like after 5 or so, it seems to be like a preferable time for people. We're doing our live stream in the middle of the day just because we probably want people to listen to it while they're working or, whatever. And we're trying the time slot out, and we're doing pretty long shows. I think that we're going to try and do 2 hours usually at a time. But yeah, I think evenings would probably be preferable. I would love to see, maybe you could pull this off, depending, somebody do like a really late night show. You know what I mean? Like like a midnight, 1 a.m. kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
I mean, it would be a novelty though. Do you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't be a play to try and get the most views. It would be a play to try and engage your following.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, I mean that's a good idea. I've also talked to Sarah Slayton. She's putting people together and doing live from Fort Collins.
Oh, is she?
Yeah, she's putting like a little calendar together. Like the first one I think is this weekend. So
amazing.
She's trying to organize some folks. The thing that's different about mine is that while I could always use money, I'm really more interested in helping out the other musicians who, like I used to be a full-time musician, like I said. So I have a paycheck now. So for the time being, anyways. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how to get money to other people, which is a little different for me.
Yeah.
If anybody has any ideas about how to do that.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of the problem, isn't it? I mean, I like the idea of Venmo handles, and that list that you compiled was pretty awesome. So if you have that, you should post that in the comments right now. That would be
okay.
I'll cool.
Do that.
Because those are just some people straight out of the gate that would probably need it.
Right.
And throw them a couple of bucks or something, just anything.
I think I really need to link their names in there. I tried, and like Facebook wouldn't let me for some reason link their names because there's like too much information. Thanks, babe.
Yeah,
but so people can go to their page and look at their pictures and hear their music and everything, and decide if they want to help that person.
Yeah, totally.
But I appreciate that feedback, man, because it makes sense to me. Sure, you're not going to know everybody on the list. But
totally,
that's not the point. You don't have to know everybody on the list. And I will say also that list includes people from Memphis, Tennessee, and Tulsa, Oklahoma, which are the other two music scenes I'm kind of a part of besides Colorado.
Yeah.
So that kind of caused some confusion. Maybe I can group them by where they live or something.
It's just difficult, because right now the infrastructure is not there. We've never had this much demand for this kind of infrastructure so quickly. I mean, I was even talking to a filmmaker friend of mine who was saying that a lot of the live streaming equipment in places like Best Buy and Guitar Center or whatever are selling out, because there's such a quick, immediate demand for artists, musicians, and creatives to be doing this kind of thing, and the entire industry has had to just jump online, and the bandwidth of it and what is possible has never really been fleshed out because it's been an industry that's existed in real physical space, and so all of a sudden everybody's struggling to try and figure out the best route for payment, paywalls, multiple live streams, etc. And so that's the big challenge. It's pretty much this week's challenge. I think, I would be expecting some big applications to start to gain prominence by next week when it comes to this sort of thing. If I was a betting man, I would say probably by like Wednesday of next week, you're going to start to see some big improvements in this, because this is going to be something that's going to last for a while. I mean, we know in Colorado at least it's going to last 30 days, if not 8 weeks, and venues are going to have to start figuring this out. Musicians, the back end side of that, everybody's going to have to start figuring something out for this. And I would imagine that, like I said, probably within a week, you're going to start to see some big applications come in for that, ways for people to at least make a little bit of money, feel satiated.
Oh God, there's so many opportunities to make money right now.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is that it's the supply.
They're so obtuse that people don't really know how to, wrap their minds around them.
Well, and it is kind of nebulous, right? But the key to remember too is that it's the supply that's gone, not the demand. The demand is still there. Sure. People still want music. They want entertainment. They want it more desperately now than ever. And the thing is that, it's like walking into a mall and all the stores are closed except Netflix, So it's like, you've got like a very limited range of options. People still have the demand and they have the money. Well, some of them do have the money to spend on it. But, we're all still just trying to figure out the pathways that are going to let us do that, and that's going to be a process that I think people are going to be working around the clock on for the next 7 days, and maybe by next week we'll have something that's decent.
For sure, man. Well, let's keep our eyes open.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and so
There's nothing else to do.
Yeah, right. Exactly. No, I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Link the live streams, or did the live stream that you did last night stay on your page? Because you could link that in the comments.
Yeah,
it'd be great.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'll
do it.
And the handles are in there, and I'm gonna do some work on that.
Amazing. Perfect.
Cool, man. Yeah,
Definitely.
I'm gonna spread that around a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it was good talking to you, my friend.
You too. Have a great one. I'll talk to you soon.
Take care of yourself. Bye.
You too. Bye.
All righty. Waiting for another caller. Numbers up on the screen. As usual, it's 970-305-5852. Give us a call. By the way, yeah, we're always in need of music submissions, mainly because if it's on Spotify, it trips Facebook's algorithm. It's very difficult. So we need music, preferably unreleased stuff. So if any of those musicians are out there with unreleased material, send it our way. We'll play it on here. We'll give it a little bit of exposure, take some comments and see how people like it. I know I've got some unreleased material that's hanging out, but we always need some stuff. So just send it our way. info@saltmag.online. It's always open. Send us some stuff. And also, give us a call. 970-305-5852. Just give us a call. A submission right now too from an album we reviewed not too long ago. I don't know if this ever made it online. If it did, we'll link it in the comments. If not, we'll have it up at some point. And the Black Feathers submitted their album to us. We're gonna take a listen to this. I haven't actually listened to it, but let's give it a shot. Up on the screen, 970-305-5852. This is the Black Feathers and the Black Feathers. Gotta get that. I'll get that right eventually. Joe just popped on and linked that Facebook, so go watch it if you're around. Go check it out. Maybe give some money to some musicians who need it the most. make this graphic a little bit more exciting, I guess. 970-305-5852. Give us a call in or send us some music to listen to, preferably that's unreleased, not on Spotify, so we don't get flagged by UNG. But who knows? We'll probably get flagged anyway because that seems to be happening to everybody these days. Specifically yesterday. Looks like we've got a call.
Call from.
Anthony Harris.
To accept, press 1. To send a...
Well, hello. You're on the air.
What's up?
I was wondering when I'd hear from you.
Yeah, everything's like, oh, then this thing, and I'm like, okay, I want to call, and then like, whatever, I don't know. I've just been listening to lots of this, and I love it.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
How have you been? Are you still out east, or are you back in Colorado now?
Yeah, no, I'm in Nashville currently.
Yeah.
And I'm planning on heading back to Colorado next week. So, yeah.
Are you walking or hiking?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna hitchhike. I think is probably the best way to stay quarantined.
Jesus.
No, I got my truck out here.
Okay, so you're gonna drive back.
If all goes well, yeah. So, I mean, I've got everything out here in the truck. So
Yeah.
So we got just a couple more things to do, and then yeah.
So you're in Nashville. You just had a massive tornado that destroyed all of East Nashville, pretty much. Well, not all of East Nashville. I don't want to be over dramatic, but destroyed a good portion of East Nashville.
Yeah.
And now, how's the quarantine situation, lockdown looking like out there?
It took another couple days, I think. Kind of like I think Colorado did. It was interesting because we were all very, we were just still, shook from the tornado.
Yeah.
Not really sure what that implied. Still like, and so, but it was almost kind of like a blessing in disguise, the tornadoes, because everything that businesses are doing right now for, musicians and artists, like, the GoFundMe is like, hey, we need, give to this place and we'll allocate these, funds and stuff. That already happened.
Yeah.
Because of the hurricane. It's already, shows were getting shut down, obviously, because the venue didn't exist anymore.
Right.
Lost power. So people were, and then this came, and it was like, oh, okay, cool. This is way more serious now. But it was like we had a weird head start on, are we going to be okay?
A disaster, essentially. Yeah. You had a head start on a disaster.
Right.
Well,
With another disaster.
I kind of want to, while you're here, man, tell me about what it was like to go through that thing, that tornado, the last tragedy, and there was a more local one, obviously, but what did you see on the ground? I mean, we talked a little bit that day. I remember we called each other and talked for a bit, but tell me what it was like on the ground. You're there, and then from one day to the next, everything is kind of gone,
Yeah. So it was obviously, So I went down to help out my friends from a housemate business. It's called the High Garden.
Yeah.
It's a local apothecary, beautiful spot, and we did a lot of good for community, and just completely devastated, completely destroyed.
Yeah.
There was no walls, no roof, no ceiling, everything gone, and so that was really humbling to see that. But then, as we're walking around and seeing all of our friends and local businesses, being hurt, but the sense of community, everyone walking with wagons full of water and bananas and sandwiches and, you know, catering trays full of whatever, you know, and everyone just walking around with a pair of gloves and picking up trash, you know, doing that. And so that was the day one. After that,
Yeah.
you know, everything started to organize, and we all, you know, started doing what we could, you know, for each other, and everyone's at ball.
Yeah, so you were kind of already in this mode of like, let's take care of each other, you know, pretty much.
Right.
You had to get into that mode immediately.
Right, totally. But the downside was, you know, we were already recovering from, you know, our grocery stores and stuff. We're recovering from that influx of, you know, cleanup supplies and all that, you know, and all of that food. So then they got hit, you know, obviously again with this one,
Yeah.
and no one was ready, you know, because everyone's like, oh, we already just did this, you know, so it was weird.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. There was like it's a very strange. I can't even imagine living in that reality where it's like, okay, you know, how long ago was that? That was only like 3 weeks ago, right? It feels like ages ago.
It was the third, yeah. No, it seems like a lifetime ago. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Well, and
Yeah.
I think the world has changed a little bit since then. I mean, not even just locally in Nashville, but now nationally, it's completely different now.
Right.
You know, what have you seen people doing? I mean, other than, you know, like I said, you know, you watched the tornado happen in Nashville. You're there for that.
Right.
Now this is happening. What are people in Nashville doing? You know, what are you seeing?
Yeah, everyone's laying low.
Yeah.
Everyone is, you know, everyone's staying home. Everyone's live streaming, you know, their concerts from their house, you know,
Yeah.
getting donations. A lot of people are doing online. Well, I think actually even in Colorado, I think AJ or someone was doing some live stream blues lessons, and you know, people are getting creative and figuring it out.
Yeah.
I heard your last caller. I forget his name, but he was talking about
Joe. Yeah.
websites. Yeah, websites to help support, like that GoFundMe. I think, yeah, Joe. Yeah, that GoFundMe. There's a lot of that happening, but in big ways here in Nashville, because this is the industry of what Nashville is music.
Right.
And so a lot, I mean, everyone's canceled their tours. You know, Nashville doesn't know what to do because no one can play music right now.
Right.
And so it's really weird. It's a weird feeling.
Did they
you know?
Did they impose a lockdown on the service industry like they did in Colorado, or is that still?
Yeah, just a little bit ago.
Oh, really?
Like yesterday or the day before.
Yeah,
I'm
kind
not
of
sure.
when we did.
Go out, but so yeah, but yeah, so you know, but there's a lot of, and if you are an organizer and you to establish something like that in Fort Collins, as far as like where to give money to go all the artists instead of, you know, whatever individually, there's some good stuff on in Nashville that's going on.
Right. Yeah, and so you've seen people just do the Venmo dance with the live stream, or people using any different means to collect money.
I think that's it. Yeah, Cash App and Venmo.
Those are the best ways. Seem
Yeah,
like from a popular perspective, or the most popular, rather.
Yeah, I think those are two. Yeah. I bet some app developer is coming up with a beautiful way to live stream and get tips right now. Some app is going to get made that's going to change.
Oh, really? Are you anticipating this, or do you know the guy?
Oh, I don't know the guy. I'm just anticipating. I bet someone's already thinking about it.
Oh, somebody better be. That's kind of what I was talking to Joe about. You know, somebody's like, it's a week away. You know, somebody's got to have the chutzpah to do it, and if they did, it would probably help things a lot. You know.
Yeah. I mean, we have Twitch. We have all those things, right?
Yeah, and Twitch is kind of there, but you know, the demand it was sort of stylized in a very specific way before. You know, I don't know of a lot of musicians who have ever said to me that Twitch was like their alternate source of income.
Right.
You know,
Right.
like I've never heard a musician say that, but maybe it could become that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, or an app like that. Where,
Totally, yeah.
You know, I think of how what's going to move forward. I mean, are we even going to go back to our live shows? Going to be the same as they ever were again? Ooh.
That's a big question, you know, and I think we talked to some people yesterday about that too, and I think today, you know, I think that it will go back to what it was, but it will take some time to get there, you know.
Yeah.
Especially as lingering fears probably prevent people from going out in the same sheer numbers as they used to, and then the behaviors change. I mean, this is changing kind of everything, you know, personal hygiene, the whole thing. So who knows? I think the venues that are out there are going to have to restart their marketing side of things, you know, and really try and it's going to be difficult for them too, because they're going to be down. I mean, particularly in Colorado, if you think about it, 30 days for a venue is a long time to not be generating any money. And then out of that, if it lasts longer or more or less, depending, let's just say it's 30 days, after that, only being able to pretty much do gatherings of 50 people. And then on top of that, you have to keep in mind that they have to invest a bunch of money in marketing to try and get people there in the first place. So that is a lot of steps that they're going to have to take to try and get to back to where it was 3 months ago, 2 months ago, you know? It's concerning, but yeah, maybe if there's a better alternative to, you know, what we're doing right here on Facebook Live. I mean, I like Facebook Live, but to be honest, you know, the only benefit that it has is that I've got a bunch of friends on Facebook and we already have kind of a network here. But if there was a different app, we would switch in a heartbeat, you know? It would not be hardship to do that.
Right.
So, yeah, somebody whoever's out there, start developing. So you're going to drive across the country, huh?
I think so. As long as I don't hit any blockades or anything, I think I'll be all right.
Yeah, they haven't closed the state borders or anything yet, so I mean, you should be fine. Are you going to sleep in the car, I imagine, or is it? It's a day. It's 2 days.
It's about and my truck's Gloria's getting old, so she likes to go around 65, 70. You know, miles an hour, which, man, that doesn't bother me. So yeah, it's like 16 hours. So I bet I can probably get a hotel room for like $15, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and then put yourself in quarantine for 14 days.
Yeah, and then just disinfect everything. And sleep in my sleeping bag on the comforter or something.
Yeah. Yeah, just all cocooned up. Yeah. I mean, so what were you gonna say?
It's a good life hack for you musicians out there. Sleep in your sleeping bag.
Yeah, just all the time.
Everywhere you go.
Yeah, just in a cocoon.
Yeah, just all the time.
Well, so what have you been doing to stay sane? I mean, like, you're in a particular place where, like we kind of talked about, people have already seen some hardship with that tornado, and then on top of that now, this is happening. So what are you doing personally right now to kind of stay on the you know, sane? Yeah.
Right. Playing a lot of music, because we're still tracking. Another reason I am not leaving today is we have some some harmonies and a couple other things to finish up. We're tracking, which fortunately enough, the studio is in the house that I'm living in.
Oh, that's nice.
So it's like, we're quarantined in a music studio. So it's really kind of pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of ideal.
There are worse places to be quarantined too, you know.
Sorry, say that one more time.
I said there are worse places to be quarantined at, especially as a musician. Let's be real.
Yeah. No, there definitely are. So it's, you know, it's just kind of been, I mean, so none of us in our house have had a job since the tornado, because it took out all the bars that we work at. One of the bar, the 5 spot, they opened up for one night after they got their power back on. They're like, all right, guys, we're back open. They had a show, you know, all that kind of stuff that was already scheduled. And then they opened, and then the next day, got to close it down. It's actually one of the first bars to close down in East Nashville for the coronavirus, which is great.
Wow.
But so Callaway, Ryan, and I, we haven't had employment since the hurricane, or the tornado. I keep calling it hurricane. Since the tornado.
Yeah.
And but we have, you know, all those like service industry things like the GoFundMe's and all that for the service industry workers already affected by the tornado.
Right.
We're getting that aid right now.
Wow.
So we're getting a couple checks coming in from, you know, this guy or whatever, which is awesome. Which is why it's like a blessing in disguise, you know.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, has Nashville proposed any measures or any of the people affected by the tornado? And this is only applicable now, in my mind. Have they enacted anything as far as rent, mortgages, forgivenesses, that kind of thing? You know, trying to cancel rent.
No. The same petition, the same fake one that was going around.
Yeah.
Went around here too. I haven't seen anything. But also, at the same time, I'm not really looking at it because I'm coming back to Colorado.
Yeah, you're not going to
paying a little more attention to what I'm getting myself into in Colorado.
And that still blows my mind. It feels like it was ages ago that happened, but that was still within this month. So we're like not. You haven't even had to pay one rent or one rent payment at all. You know, anybody?
Totally.
You haven't heard any whisper. What are your housemates doing? Are they still staying in that house, or are they gonna leave too?
Yeah, they're gonna stay. And I think, they got some money coming in, and are fortunate than most to have some help from family and stuff like that.
Yeah.
To be able to make sure nothing. The power will stay on.
Yeah, totally.
But it is a conversation. It's like I don't think that they can pay rent. I don't know if they have the money for it.
Yeah, I mean, if they've all lost their jobs, that's the same fate that we're facing here, and that's why there's so many, rent strike stuff happening right now. We need to figure that one out. I will say something interesting. Have you thought about doing like a little bit more of like trying to explore? Because I mean, when you're driving across the country, the one thing about isolation, like social distancing, is that you can still be outside. You can still go on hikes. You just have to be aware of it. Have you thought about maybe doing a slightly scenic route and then doing some live streams from, scenic locations across the country?
Man, that is not a bad idea.
Right.
I haven't thought about that at all.
You should do it. You should do it. We would syndicate that shit so fast.
It's true. It is true.
It wouldn't even have to be that scenic. You could go to like, every take instead of taking 2 days, take 3 or 4 days and then stop places, only, just stop every hour or so, 2 or 3 or whatever, and go to a lake or go to a tourist attraction that's abandoned and play some stuff, get a tripod, set up your phone and just do it.
Right. And that, I think I will. I don't know if I'll have the time to go explore or find something truly beautiful. Because the extra gas mileage, the money.
It's tight right now. Yeah.
But, and I don't want to get stranded in, Nebraska or something. That doesn't sound very fun.
Well, I mean, when are you leaving?
The 25th.
The 26th? You've got a couple of days to fundraise, my dude.
No, totally. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm good. Like, I have what I need.
Yeah, totally.
As long as nothing else goes wrong.
Well, and I was thinking more for like the idea of fundraising, like, $50 goes a long way in gas money to get you off those roads. Yeah. And I was even thinking maybe I'll send you one of that 4-track recorder. I'll just send it to your address. So you can get a tape and just go nuts with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That'd be very cool.
Yeah.
That'd be very cool.
Something like that. Yeah. You got to do some. Yeah, I mean, just because we're quarantined and socially distanced doesn't mean we can't be creative other than just doing a live stream. I mean, live streams are great. Right. They're super helpful.
Right.
They keep you in the top of the mind of your fans and whatnot. But, for musicians, it's important, I think, for us to get out and experience stuff, to be inspired enough to write about stuff,
I do think that we need to start being more clever. I do agree with that.
Mm-hmm. It's tough. It's going to get old.
I think what we're doing is great, but I already think it's evolving.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be something different than, you know, TikTok too.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh yeah.
Like maybe, yeah, you know, or YouTube. Maybe, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, even our show's
Something will blow up.
changed in 3 days. You know, we've
Right.
agreed on a time. We're bringing in Anna, who was at the very beginning of this, every single day to give us updates.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that is going to be super duper helpful. And then doing the, you know, call and say, just kind of trying to arrange a little bit more of the guests and whatnot. So I think, you know,
Yeah.
we're all making progress. We're all trying to figure this out because it's still really new to people. It's not an unfamiliar concept. It's just doing it all the time is really new
Right.
for people, you know?
It's a lot more involved than we're used to.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know, we're like, yeah, which is great. I think the time everyone is spending right now across the world, which is crazy to think about. You know, in their homes with their loved ones or with whatever. It's really, and it's springtime. I'm looking at the blossoms on the trees. The magnolias are in bloom. So that's, you know, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
There's a big magnolia tree down the road that I walk to.
Oh,
And
nice.
it's in bloom, which is beautiful. I mean, whatever. But
It's surreal
I
that
think
this is
that
happening.
So many,
like that.
I think that so many people are healing right now,
Yeah.
and whether that's facing demons or seeing the beauty in the small things or falling in love with the person they love more or again, or, you know.
Yeah.
And I see us coming out of this as a better society, and that's what I hope.
Yeah. No,
And-
absolutely. I agree.
And I hope, and I can't wait to see what comes out of it. And I think it will be good.
Yeah, I think it will be a net positive in the end. I mean, it's going to have to be, you know, there's so many people working on this who are, you know, busting ass to try and figure out ways and, you know, funds and do stuff. And it's been nationally, locally, hyper locally, all of the different levels. I've seen people really rally, and I've been in a lot of email chains and Google Hangouts, and you know, people really pulling triple duty and triple shifts trying to make this happen. So it's really good. It's necessary, you know.
Yeah, totally.
But-
And it's like, I mean, and it's, you know, I remember I read one of your comments on a post on Facebook the other day, and it's like, when is the last time that, you know, our world has been changed like this? And I think you said, you know, World War II. That's so true. We are in a world war right now.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. That's
It's funny.
it is the truth, man. It's war times without an actual war, so to speak, but it's
Right.
still a world war. I mean, we're fighting a pandemic.
Right.
You know.
Which I think, right, totally. And we have, for the first time, we have a common enemy.
Yeah,
And so what we are, because in wartime, what we create to destroy. But in this war right now, what we're creating to better everyone.
yeah,
And so I think that really good things are going to come out of this. Because no one's trying to hurt anyone right now.
yeah. No, absolutely, I
And
agree.
so they're not, so they have no hate in their mind, only compassion.
Yeah,
And in the future of their, you know, whatever their lives. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird.
no, you're right, man.
I've been
I mean,
cooped up for too long. I'm talking about this.
yeah, man. Well, no, you're not wrong, man. It's a common enemy, and it's not another human. You know, it's not another group of people or anything like that. And anybody who's trying to make it into that missing the fucking point. It's a virus, man. It is not another human. It's not another group of people. It's not another race. This is humans against the virus, period. And we gotta figure that one out, you know. But that is, you know, probably since 1918, you know, is the first time we've been kind of united like this. But back then we didn't have all these brilliant tools, you know. We didn't have these tools like what we've got medically speaking, let alone medically speaking. We don't even have the tools to connect people, you know, and do that thing. This was ages ago. It's over 100 years ago. So now we're in a better situation to turn it into something positive, and then on top of that, to fight it in a way that would, you know, would be swift and hopefully immediate, or as immediate as possible, you know. So, well,
No, definitely.
my friend, good luck getting home to Colorado. Keep us updated, and on top of that, you should definitely try and do some streaming while you're on the road, I suppose. And link your link your shit in the comments, will you?
Okay, I
like
will. Yeah.
your Facebook
Let me,
page, Venmo.
Let me send you a demo. Not a demo. Let me send you a rough mix.
Yeah, send me a rough mix. I'll put that on the podcast. But in the comments here, link people your stuff, and
Okay.
we'll give them something to listen to and look at. And yeah, just keep us posted.
I will.
All right, you take care of yourself out there.
All right, you too. Talk
All
to you
right,
later.
bye. All right. All right, we've been on the air for about 2 hours, and I think we're going to try and keep it that way. So, I think what we'll probably do is wrap this sucker up. I need to go and get some food in my stomach. Maybe take a little walk and stay sane. You better join us tomorrow at noon with Anna. We're going to be on every single day during this lockdown. So come back tomorrow, share this with your friends. In about 10 or so minutes, we're going to have the podcast up on Spotify. We're going to have this entire live stream up on Spotify. So share that with some people. Help us get the word out. We're here to help. We're here to grow a community and give it a little bit of sanity and a little bit of relief mentally to people. And we're accepting calls every single day. That number is 970-305-5852. And also, submit some music, some unreleased stuff, some stuff that's not licensed on Spotify that we can play on the podcast without the stream getting taken down. Just send that to info@saltmag.online. Have a good one. See you tomorrow, noon. So tell me, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're doing about as all right as you can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that they have any sort of training for. I think, you know, we were all so confused last week, and that required so much energy, you know, and we were just trying to stay kind of on top of things and a little bit ahead. So on Thursday, we announced that we were, you know, taking extra precautions. But by the point, Anthony, sales we had dropped by 65%. And, you know, for a restaurant like us, we're small. We've got 12 tables in there, and 65% is a huge hit. You know, fortunately, the community, I mean, they were really good about, you know, buying gift cards. I think we sold $3,000 or $4,000 worth of gift cards in 48 hours.
Wow.
But, you know, it helped, but not really enough. And so we knew by Sunday that it was going to be time to close. And sure enough, yesterday the announcement was made, and here we are.
Jesus. And yeah, I mean, you're also in kind of a difficult point for transition anyway, because you're trying to, I mean, where's the new place at?
Yeah, so, you know, not even 3 weeks ago, we made the official announcement that we'd be taking over the old IHOP building in Fort Collins, and that's still happening, you know, despite all of this. In fact, we're very fortunate in the position that we're in. I can't imagine what a lot of these small restaurants are going through right now, because it's rent's coming and it's going to keep coming. And who knows how long this thing's actually going to last. I mean, we're talking 30 days from the government perspective, but business may not be back for another 6 months, you know. And, you know, It's kind of ironic, Anthony. I'm going to be honest with you. Our lease is up at our current location next week.
Wow.
And we're in a difficult position. We're trying to figure out if we are going to renew it and stay open, which is really what we'd like to do, or if we have to cut our losses and just wait for the new location.
Right. Like just not have. Were you planning on having 2 locations or?
No, but our timeline was pushing us to next February to open the second location, and by that point, we'd be up for renewal again at our first, and we figured we'd just close it down and transition everything over there.
Right.
But there's no, I've always tried to use my foresight as best as possible in judging the market and judging what we need to do as a company, and there's just I feel like I have blinders on. I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't think anybody does.
No, it's really hard to predict. It's hard to and it's hard to plan for that too over the next year, really, and especially if you're looking at a year plan. There's, like you said, there's 30 days from the government, but there's also 8 weeks from the CDC, kind of, I mean? Like 50 people or more, whatever. But like still, they're saying 8 weeks. The government's saying at least 30 days. It could be more. Could be 30 days. Could be more, but could end up being not that bad. It's just you. But when you're talking about budgets, that must be impossible to plan for.
It is, and it's also, as far as foresight goes, I mean, I try to use my logical imagination as much as possible right now, and I just can't see, with everybody being out of work, at least, a big majority of people right now, even when things kind of quote unquote return back to normal, are people going to be going out and spending money at restaurants? I mean, it's going to take a long time for things like this, for companies like ours to bounce back, our entire industry, you know?
Yeah. You're going to have to restart pretty much all of your marketing efforts basically from scratch. It's kind of like opening, again. It's like a reopening. Because,
no kidding.
Because we almost have to treat it that way, because the opening is there to drum up support, like on the marketing side and everything, and have a big party and do this thing. I feel like that's probably going to be... This, of course, hasn't really happened ever in this particular way that I can remember, in recent memory at least, and so I feel like we're going to have to do something like a lot of these places are going to have to do a grand reopening all at the sort of same time when it happens, because otherwise, I mean, you can't just go back to normal after this, especially if it's going to last 8 weeks.
Well, and I think that is the beginning of a really deep conversation, Anthony. I think defining what normal is, and, I do got to say, too, before I forget, I really, I'm feeling for all of the industry workers right now.
Big time.
I can't imagine, the fear that they're going through right now. At least as an owner, I've got a little bit of comfort knowing that we have a company that's successful, and we're hopefully able to bounce back from this. But the plug was pulled so quickly and without really much thought. That's what frustrates me the most. I don't understand quite how the government is able to make a decision like this so quickly without giving us some sort of plan, or at least, the makings of a plan. We're left with no answers.
Yeah.
And that makes me as a leader, even, we only have 17 employees in our company, but I'm at a loss for words, and my job has always been to be the voice of positivity in the future, and I have nothing to say right now, and that's keeping me up at night. That's a scary feeling.
Yeah, and I mean your employees too. I mean, and it's not even just it is going to hit the service industry really hard, and that was the sort of announcement we heard yesterday. Jesus, it feels like a year ago already. It feels like there's so much. Time is like slowing.
Yes.
But it's not only going to affect service industry people. It's affecting arts organizations, literally all across the board. Everybody is all of a sudden out of furloughed, And I mean, it must be difficult to have to say to an employee like, "Hey, we would love to have you back," when the time is right. I guess I guess that's the conversation you've been having to have for the past couple of days now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think, as these things were unfolding so quickly, we were hoping that by closing on Sunday, that we would be able to get our employees to that because I'll be honest with you too, Anthony, our company is not in a position to be offering paid time off. I'm so happy that there are some companies that can do that, but we're in year 3 of our 5-year plan, and we are still, devastatingly in the red, even though there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah.
We're not prepared for something like this, and so our intention was to make sure that we could get our employees to the unemployment offices as quickly as possible, and hopefully maybe they can beat the lines and get themselves, kind of secured for a little while. But the announcement happened the next day. I can't imagine what the unemployment offices are looking like right now and how much money they even have.
Yeah.
Is there going to be enough? We don't know anything. It's a scary time, man.
Yeah, and I mean, it's you're in year 3 of a 5-year plan. You're a small business. This is the exact kind of this is the biggest victim of this crisis. It's the small business that's just getting started, and that goes directly against the sort of American dream that we have, of trying to be able to just do this. And you've done pretty much everything right? Like the idea is like you've gone through all the steps. You're growing. You're getting to a point where you're doing it, and then all of a sudden this just drops out of the sky. Could never. I mean, 2 weeks ago, even I had a surreal moment. Even if it was last week, it was last Wednesday when it kind of dawned on me that this was about to happen. I was up in Fort Collins and went to Elliott's and was talking to some of the people over there. And it kind of didn't, sink in for anybody. Any of the bars that I went to, I don't think people were thinking about it that way. And I was sitting there, and Elliott's was suspiciously kind of quiet, really quiet. It was pretty much just me. And, I think it was Real Love Baby by Father John Misty came on the sound speakers, and I'm just sitting there being like, oh God, this is going to be I kind of had that feeling of oh no, this is going to shut down in a week. This is going to be really bad. If we're a week behind Italy, this is going to be terrible for these businesses, for these bars, restaurants, everything.
It felt like the beginning of a bad zombie movie for a while there, where everybody's just out and having fun, and you're looking around thinking, wow, a majority of you might be zombies in a week.
Yeah, exactly. And you don't know how to broach that subject of saying, oh, this is a bad movie. Well, and I also see now, I guess we're depending on when you started staying inside, I suppose, you're at day 3 or 4 or 2 or 1. I think people have by now kind of, as of yesterday, started being okay, I definitely have to stay inside and can't really go out anymore. And the rhetoric online is starting to go crazy, people.
I guess it's better late than never. I mean, my wife and I, we're both actually at severely high risk. She's probably going to kill me for saying this in public, but we were waiting to announce it. But Michelle is a little over 2 months pregnant with our second child, and we're very excited about it.
Yeah. Congratulations!
But that also puts her at a high risk, and I'm being treated for Lyme disease, and I have severe asthma, and you don't think about these kind of things when you're thinking about yourself. And the rhetoric was spreading the misinformation that it's just an old person's disease, and that's just simply not the case.
Yeah. No,
we started isolating on Thursday, and I don't think there's any chance of us leaving the house for a good few weeks just to be safe. And I'm glad to see that everybody's kind of started taking it seriously. I just fear that it may be a bit too late.
Yeah. I mean, our response and our education for it up front was not good,
But I got to say, people like you, Anthony, and the work that you guys are doing, you and your team, and I'm seeing a sense of community that it's still fresh, but it's more strong than I've ever felt before.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to look back on this as one of the greatest equalizers of all time. It's really put everybody on their knees, and rich or poor or whatever industry you're in, we're all feeling it, and so we all have to support each other right now. I've been posting on my personal Facebook just a bunch of questions that I just feel we need to start talking about right now. And one of the big ones is, how are these landlords? I have building owner friends who texted me last night, and they're like, well, this bar isn't going to pay rent. What am I supposed to do? Do I not pay the bank? But that question is being asked by millions of building owners right now. And it's almost I don't want to say that it excites me in a good way, but it makes me feel like because we are so large in numbers, that we may actually have a voice or some momentum right now to affect change. And if this doesn't affect change moving forward, well, I don't know what the hell is ever going to.
Yeah, that's both the most optimistic thing, but in the same exact sentence, the most sad, gloomy thing, I think, too. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, though. It's a sense that's been creeping that it's like, this is unprecedented. This hasn't happened. This isn't like, I don't know, Coney 2012 or whatever. This isn't just this like manufactured movement, right? Like this isn't something that somebody thought up and was like, we need a movement and a revolution and a thing. Not that those movements are bad necessarily, there are people who are doing really good things with that, but it's like, and there are good reasons behind it, but this one is so prevalent, so pertinent, so in the right now, and affecting so many people. All at the exact same time, not over time, not differently, based on economics, based on how much money you have. Like literally, it's affecting everybody. And I mean, to those building owners who are worried about, these bars not getting rent, fight the banks, fight the banks, man. Yeah. I mean, we do need to figure out some kind of, and honestly, from the questions that we were getting yesterday too, and the people we were talking to, it's an interesting thing. Are the banks going to simply defer payments, or are they going to forgive payments? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the big question, I think, too, actually, that's was pointed out by a listener yesterday, and I think it's really important, is that it's like they really need to forgive everything, because if they just defer it, I'm still a month behind. I'm still...
No kidding.
I'm like, it doesn't make it better. I mean, sure, I don't owe something right now, but I'm going to owe it again, but I've still lost my income. I mean, we've had to put off the magazine. My, partner just got furloughed. And so it's like, we're kind of in that situation together, and the banks are the ones that can help with this, or at least, be reasonable.
Well, it's interesting how, when we're all told to stay home, the world stops moving. It shows me, and I hope it shows everybody too, especially in a time where, I don't know about you, but I feel more isolated than ever before, despite the fact so much connection to people online. I think what this might do, I hope, what I hope this does is it reignites the fire that we have and shows us the power that we hold. When we stop working, the world stops moving.
Yeah.
And there will be no money generated. So they can defer our payments, but they're not going to get them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's our power.
Yeah.
We actually have the power as a people to stop this massive machine just simply by staying home.
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's an incredible feeling. Yeah. And this is the beginning of a revolution. Whether we wanted it or not, it was needed. I feel so honored to be in this time. And for a long time, this is one of the most exciting things to have happened that's going to re-energize our country. It's going to take a long time, but it's going to happen. And we, you know, us younger people we're faced with an opportunity here that's bigger than anything anybody has seen, and maybe ever in the economic history of our country. It's like a new gold rush.
Yeah. Do you get that feeling? I got that feeling last night. I feel like that it was, I looked over at Liz and was like, do you get the sense that it's like both an incredible privilege and incredibly scary to be alive right now? You know, like it's like both.
It is preparing us for a world that is far different than what it is now.
Yeah, and what it's been for the past like 150 years in modern history, so to speak. You know,
you know, they had their chance and their system failed.
Mm-hmm.
We have our chance now, and we could design something that could be far better for us.
Yeah.
You know, and you know where that starts, Anthony? It starts by voting. If this doesn't enforce the vote, if you don't feel like your obligation is to get out there and change the people who directly set this system up and enforced it and failed, now is our chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is it. You know, I mean, if we're not out there voting, we're not out there expressing ourselves. It just makes it a little bit difficult because it's hard to go out. I mean, like mail-in ballots are good, but we need to be out there. We need to be out there enforcing what we need, and it's more obvious now. I've never seen something like this bring people together. You know, you can call for empathy. You could show them pictures of dying kids. People just all over, and they would still disagree on all these things. Now I'm seeing these very same people, you know, come together over, you know, toilet paper, for Christ's sakes, you know. So I'm like, okay, here we go. This might actually change some shit if we do agree. I don't know, man. I like the positivity. Even in your current state of being very isolated. Is somebody delivering groceries for you? Do you have that figured out, by the way?
You know, we actually, it's funny you ask. We're online this morning. My wife, Michelle, was putting together what we had hoped would be a delivery grocery, you know, stock up. And it sounds like the grocery stores are not even able to deliver on that. So I'm going to have to go out to the store. I think I'm going to go probably at 5 a.m. tomorrow just to kind of avoid as many people as I can. But, you know, in the meantime, all of the food that we have at our restaurant, the Gold Leaf, it's all being kind of divided up between all of the employees, and they're just using, you know, the restaurant as their grocery store for right now.
That's amazing that you do that. You know, that's really
well.
nice.
We thought we were back and forth. You know, a lot of people are trying to figure out the next move. A lot of restaurants are, and I think a lot of them are trying the delivery model. And for us, it wouldn't have. We would have sunk into even more debt if we tried that.
Your space too is already kind of small, so you need the traffic. Do you know what I mean? And
that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Closing the dining room isn't going to save you the margins on that. You know.
But could we be seeing the death of the dining room? I don't know. That's a thought that's kind of crossed my mind a few times. Are people going to be? Are they going to be too scared in the future to risk something like this again, or is it going to be different? I don't know. We don't know what to prepare for.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a degree
there's no books written on this.
Right. Well, and the social behaviors are definitely going to be different. I've talked to some people too on the stream yesterday. We were talking about it, that it's like this might just change. I don't know if it will change. I think it's in our nature to want to go out, you know what I mean, and go to restaurants and go and do these things. But I think it will cause us to question, now that we're going to have lived through this, it will cause us to question pretty much, it would just be more inquisitive to hygiene and, you know, like shaking hands all the time. Maybe that isn't the most hygienic way to walk through life. Maybe don't touch your face. Maybe like, you know, oh, there's a stain on this glass. I don't want this glass. You know what I mean? Like it will cause us to be a little bit more mindful of that, which in the long run helps people who are immunocompromised, you know, who have, people like yourself, you know, if everybody is doing their part, you won't have a higher risk down the line of catching something that could be actually really damaging to you, you know, or anybody really, you know, it might be better for society. So, but I do think that people will still go out, you know, I think it just will take some effort to get them back out. If
Yeah.
And where they're going to go out is going to be different. It's probably even going to be more of a thing where it's, they're thinking much more about where they want to go out, where they want to get food from, and it just might just cause a larger change in social behavior, but that might be an okay thing,
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to be talking about this for many, many years to come, and a lot of different models are going to be thrown out the window. It could be that restaurants are more of a luxury now and moving forward than ever. I'm sure I speak for a lot of people. It's easy for me to eat out for every single meal.
Yeah.
And that may not be the case moving forward, but we as an industry have to adapt, because you're right. We're social creatures. That's never going to stop. We just need to make sure that we're a little bit more prepared for this kind of thing, and that we don't have to change much, even if something does happen. We made a post about our operation and how we were keeping it clean, and really nothing changed too much, because we're pretty good about that. But it did make us look at just how many hands are touching before it gets there. A lot of these things are going to have to be examined and talked about. Who knows what it'll look like in the future? But
right.
I think in the meantime, I am awkwardly torn between my depression and sadness as to what's happening, and my optimism for what's going to happen. I really think this is the greatest equalizer of all time, and how we handle it is going to be, it's going to really dictate how the world looks for our children and for decades to come.
Yeah. I mean, oh man, it's a scary, to be honest, at times you get this like definite feeling of like, oh man, Jesus, the implications of for you too, both of you being at a certain level of risk is just have as many. I was telling somebody called me just personally, not on a live stream, and was asking advice last night. And wanted to know, he was a close friend of the family. He wanted to know what my dad said. He wanted to know what I've been saying, and like just talk about it. And I was like, look, man, it's like war times without a war. We got to take care of each other. We got to plant victory gardens. You are you familiar with the concept of a victory garden? I feel like you might be.
No, but it sounds amazing.
Yeah, it was in World War II when we were going through massive food shortages, and the government was like, go buy seeds and plant food and grow your own food, because we're going through rations and shit like that. So they gave it like a catchy name, and people started planting these victory gardens. And there's a ton of like really, really cool, kind of almost just the style of art that they made for these posters that they plastered everywhere for these victory gardens. Really, really cool. And so I've seen that start to resurface of people saying, plant victory gardens. It's the spring. You want to grow food. You could do it yourself. And that's really interesting to me, that that's
awesome.
This is a movement that's coming out of this tragedy. Really is this disaster that we're going through. But people are like reaching back into the chest of wartime strategy to do this thing. And I think that's kind of it's emblematic of the idea that, again, it's like war times without a war, and we're going to have to become much more empathetic as a society for this thing to work. And you're already starting to see that. I've seen so many people, say, oh, if you need groceries delivered, I'll deliver. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah.
That's the empathy that we're looking for. I feel like that fits with your personal philosophy a lot,
Absolutely. And it really adds to the dichotomy that I'm feeling, which is why I'm so, I'm hurt by my government. I'm hurt by a lot of my friends and family who reacted in a way that I didn't agree with. But now that we're all on the same page, it took a few days, and maybe it took a few days too long.
Yeah.
But my heart has been so filled by just those things you were describing. I mean, I see so many friends that are they've offered me help personally. My employees who I've had to tell, that they're out of work for 30 days. That they're offering to bring groceries here for me, and it just, the struggle is it's something that if we're all going through it, we can all accept and help each other with, and that's that really gives me hope that the future is not going to be as bleak as they may say, and it might even be better because we finally hit rock bottom. We all did.
Yeah.
And there's only one place to go when you hit rock bottom.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, and I mean it's from a economic perspective, it's this weird supply problem right now. People, the Fed's only tools they have in their arsenal right now is to try and give people more money to spend. But let's be real, nobody can spend any money because all the shops are closed. If you think about it, the terms of the economy is like a shopping mall, and you, as a singular person, are representing the consumer. It's like going into a shopping mall and you're flush with cash, but none of the stores are open. You know what I mean? Because there's no supply. You can't buy anything. So this is a totally new sort of crisis, even economically, that we haven't had. It's like, we're gonna have to all come back from this from the bottom up. I'll open it up to the 18 people that are out there. If you want to just type in a question, by the way, while we're here, you should, because we've got right now.
I see somebody who had commented about the zombies. It's funny because I as a gamer, I feel like this is something that I've been preparing for my entire life. The ability to have 2 weeks, possibly longer, to not be able to leave the house. Man, Call of Duty Warzone just came out. We're looking good. We got things to do.
Yeah, it's a new utopia. You just woke up and it's like, oh my God, what? The world is what? This? Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at least we can consider ourselves lucky that we live in a time, we live in a time where we have pretty much, we're at peak entertainment. We have every single thing to keep us occupied ever, while we're at home.
Yeah.
If this had happened, I mean, imagine you're a young man in 1915 or 1916, and the government decided to do this. So what are you gonna really? Oh my God! You're just playing I don't even know what you're doing. You don't even have we've got Netflix now. We can watch shows and stuff. It's not. I mean, it is bad. It's terrible for the economy and for people and everything. But we're lucky we've got this as opposed to barely having electricity.
Yeah, I mean, look at us. We're socially isolated, yet we're all on Facebook still talking to each other, and not really much is going to change except for we get a couple weeks to not really have to worry about, let me rephrase that. We're all going to have to be worrying.
Yeah, it's tricky. But, this conversation is tricky to have because it's really hard. You know what I mean? It's a nuanced thing. Literally everybody's going through it, but you also have your own personal experience. It's so odd to try and talk about it.
Yeah.
I have a good question from the audience. How do you feel about those that aren't taking better consideration of the situation?
Oh,
yeah.
Well, that's one of the ultimate questions. I think it's been frustrating since Thursday, which is when, honestly, Anthony, I started taking it seriously. But before then, I had friends that were telling me, and I was doing the same shit that everybody else was doing at that point. I was laughing it off and thinking, oh, it's just another flu. It'll go away. It's probably something that has to do with the election cycle or a distractionary tactic of some kind.
Yeah.
And, I can't point any fingers because I think it's just everybody's on their own developmental path. It's not like we have a reliable source of information. So I can't really judge people for not trusting what's untrustworthy.
Yeah, if all of a sudden a restriction drops out of the sky for them, I mean, I get it, being skeptical of that,
Yeah. But, our reaction is, I think a lot of people are blaming our reaction on this economic crisis. And I just, we're not the ones making that call.
Right.
And I don't think that it's the last thing we need right now is infighting among the working class.
No, class solidarity, man. Class solidarity.
Yeah, we cannot start pointing fingers at each other.
Yeah.
Because the government will not help us if we do that. If we stand together now, you bet your ass they're going to give us every dollar we ask for.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing is that more than anything right now, it is about like solidarity. Yeah. I mean, it's about education. I think the question there, the way that it's phrased too, is taking better consideration of the situation. I've had to definitely, I think it was last week, went on an unfriending spree, on my Facebook, because there are so many people who were like, it wasn't even laughing it off. It was like some tinfoil hat shit, of like, ooh, the government is controlling you. I'm like, oh, come on, give me a fucking break. Like, we like really, dude, like the government doesn't want you to stay inside. The government doesn't want you to not buy shit. You can see that in the economy. The government, wants the economy to do well. Why would they be purposefully tanking their own, going against their own interests? That is some tinfoil hat shit right there if I've ever heard it. I'm like, no, get the fuck out of here. Like, go away.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, it's just
tough
dangerous
because Anthony, I was tempted to do the same thing, and I
sure.
Every time something like this happens, I do want to go on an unfriending spree because I think, am I allowed to swear in this thing?
Of course you are. I just did.
Okay. Well,
there's no FCC
whenever I
here.
see these motherfuckers doing stupid shit like that, I just want to isolate myself from those people. But I really, I implore everybody to use that as an opportunity to discuss things with people that you don't agree with. It may lead to nothing, and you may end up unfriending them anyway. But I just, it's so important that these conversations happen, and I think that's why, I've been asking these questions on my personal Facebook to a lot of good conversation, but I have some people telling me, just chill out. Everything's going to be fine. We'll figure it out. And it's like, I'm sorry. I'm not in the mood to chill out because I'm ready to get this ball rolling now. Yeah. If we all just kind of sit around and wait for something to happen, it's going to be 6 months before we're back to work. But let's start talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why we're doing this show even, I mean, it's like, me, you've known me for a while. I'm an extrovert, I can't sit at home and do nothing for very long or I'll just burn up. So it's like, I'll start picking fights on Facebook. I hate that. I'd rather have
well, the beauty of this show and everything you do, Anthony, is that you're one of the most qualified people I know to handle this kind of thing. You have a reach to a vast amount of people, and that's important, man. And it's, people like you are going to be the guiding forces, right now. And I think it's such an honor to be connected to you and to the culture that you're working with. We are. I hate to sound, this is going to sound awful, but we really are the future. And if with this opportunity, I'm going to continue to call it an opportunity too. Calling it a crisis is just going to continue this mindset of panic and fear. We already know shit sucks. We're already panicked. We're already afraid. Mm-hmm. Let's start, as soon as we can. The smartest people right now are going to start looking towards what can we do to start making shit happen now.
Yeah.
And this show is a perfect example of that, dude.
Yeah, thank you. You are too kind. You're such a flatterer. You're killing me. I'm like my little stone heart is starting to beat again. I mean, that's the thing though too, is it's like it's all about longevity. There's a lot of people out there right now who are working on a lot of different things when it comes to streaming, when it comes to radio, when it comes to all kinds of different stuff. There's people trying to do stuff, and we're just one cog in that bigger vision of like, hey, I can go on the air for hours at a time, and I absolutely love the format of a call-in show from the days of when cable TV was a thing. And I just talk to people, and just with no net, just basically be like, how are you doing? And help people contextualize where they're at in this whole thing right now. I mean, you talking to me right now and people listening to it is helping people come to grips with it, understand it, contextualize it, turn it into, take the positives where the positives are, the negatives with the negatives, and move forward from it. And so, I mean, we're just a cog in the machine, though, and this has to, all of the stuff that we're doing now to really drive this forward has to be built with like longevity, and I feel like you're looking, you're a guy who looks into the future, like, and plans ahead, and you're doing the exact same thing with like, you're looking out for what's best for your people, and trying to figure out how to help the situation at its most in that moment, for something that's going to stick around for a little while and not just be like a, we're doing the quarantine dance for now, and then our regular programming will return later, because there is no more regular programming. This is the new times,
That's exactly right. And us restaurant owners, we've all been talking to. I've been on the phone. I actually, my lip is worn down on my left side because it's been rubbing on my. I've been on the phone for fucking 15 hours a day for the last 5 days. We're just talking to everybody and trying to, come at this thing together, while also trying to give some sort of piece to the hundreds and hundreds of service industry employees that are, wondering what the hell is going to happen next. And, I can only really help my industry. And I know that as I look at other industries, they're all starting to help their people too. And that makes me feel awesome. But it really needs to be heard. And I hope whoever's listening, if there's, 10 of you or 2 of you or 1,000 of you, whatever, the service industry people need to know that us small time owners, we're all pulling our hair out and losing sleep and trying to figure out how to get you guys some money.
Yeah, what are they saying? What are some of your friends saying right now? I mean, like, I'm sure it's probably fits into that somewhere. Like some pain cries, But what are they? What seems to be, if you're talking to all these people, what's kind of the consensus? And I imagine they're kind of in Fort Collins too, or where are we talking?
Well, I'm not going to, it is, names, Fort Collins in northern Colorado. I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I mean, the bulk of our conversation is, holy shit, what the fuck are we going to do?
Right. Totally.
And I think to provide a little bit more clarity on how restaurants operate, a lot of our vendors keep us at something called net 30, which basically means we don't pay our invoices for the stuff that's delivered to us for at least 30 days. And so we have food from a month. Well, we don't have the food. We sold food a month ago that we have to pay for now. And those bills are going to continue to rack up over the next month.
Yeah.
So we operate on this, we're always in the state of debt, but we're always generating revenue. Yeah. And when revenue stops so quickly and so abruptly, it's not something you can really expect. I mean, the only thing that can do that to a restaurant is the health department. And it very rarely happens because they always want to work to keep you open because they understand the fragility of that system.
Yeah. And the restaurant industry in general, I mean, your margins are thin. I mean, rents in Collins is not cheap, regardless of where you are, it's not cheap.
Absolutely. And I'm sure, you're aware of it as a lot of people are. The minimum wage for service workers here in Colorado is very high, which is great because they deserve it. And it's hard work and they deserve a living wage. The Gold Leaf, we pay above minimum wage for workers that have been with us for more than 6 months, and we're trying to eventually transition over to a completely employee-owned company. But all of those plans are kind of like, well, shit. I mean, how do we? We don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's
a lot of my restaurant owner friends are absolutely terrified for the next 6 months. So in the meantime, all they can do is cut down on staff, switch over to delivery and pickup, and really depend on the sale of gift cards, which I implore everybody listening. If you've got 5 favorite restaurants, go buy gift cards right now and then order some takeout from them. They need it now more than ever.
Yeah.
And even if they don't make it, you can bet your ass that the money that you're giving to these companies is not going into the pockets of the owners. It's going to the employees and the people that need it.
Yeah.
So it's an important thing for people to understand right now. We all need each other very much so.
Yeah, and I thought about maybe when we get back from when everything, there's a certain level of normalcy that we're going to be looking forward to at some point here in the future. But when that happens, of like offering some kind of ad deal with these restaurants that need it the most, because I mean, you're going to need, as soon as we come back from this, you're going to need as much exposure, as much people driving into these places as possible. So doing like a 6 months free advertising kind of thing, something like that, to really help small businesses that are affected by it. And I'm still like trying to figure that out from SALT's perspective, like where does that fit in, because we have a network, we can help with that. And I think that's the thing, is that it's like, okay, it's not even just restaurants and the consumers that are going to have to pitch in. It's the entire infrastructure behind it that's also going to have to pitch in, and be ready and waiting to basically be like, all right, let's do events here. Let's do this there. Let's do advertising deals. Let's try and get people, and build the community back up, from almost a ground halt,
Well, and I hear in your voice right now, Anthony, the positivity that I'm trying to keep in mind. And I think, that kind of talk and that kind of thinking, instead of just saying, don't worry, it'll all work out, we need to start really dealing in specifics as to how we're going to make that work out, because we can't depend on our leadership to help us with that. We are the leaders of our community. And I feel a deep responsibility to my community that has done so much for me and my family. And that kind of love and that kind of reciprocity, it makes me like tear up. I'm getting the goosebumps right now just even thinking about how important that is to us. And we are. I don't know. I don't want to keep saying that I'm excited, because that's not the right word. But there is some sort of butterflies in my stomach, knowing that the world is never going to be the same, and we have the opportunity to dictate what it will look like.
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, and some unprecedented shit has happened even since we've been talking. They just delayed tax season. I just read that.
Did they really?
They just delayed tax season by 90 days, and Trump's coming out. I'm trying to find the piece, but it just there's been a lot of talk of him basically being like, White House considering giving Americans checks to combat economic impact of the outbreak. Sounds a little bit like Andrew Yang, if you ask me, but that's awesome.
No kidding.
I'm like, okay, UBI, here we go. We need universal basic income. We've been shouting about this. I think we talked about this back in the early days, like 4 years ago. Yeah. On Monday, Senator Romney. Yeah, this was crazy. I don't know if you saw this. Mitt Romney proposed giving every adult $1,000 to help meet financial obligations. And
like one time?
I don't know. It's hard to find. Let's see. Meanwhile, an estimate give $1,000 to every adult, additional $500 per child. It doesn't look like it's a repeat thing, but it kind of. I mean, hey, it's a start. Fuck. Jesus. I'm definitely not satisfied with it if it's not a monthly thing. I mean, but if it is, let's keep this going. UBI is the way of the future. Like, we need this.
Absolutely.
Ever,
yeah.
And we just fell into Yang Gang conversation. Jesus.
We told, in something else too, I don't know if you watch Star Trek, but these are issues that, this, and I hate to be a total dork and just say, hey, Star Trek predicted it, but it's fucking true, Anthony. Star Trek has been talking about these issues for 30 fucking years.
Yeah.
And they, if you really look at how Gene Roddenberry kind of designed this futuristic world, it's a world that's not dependent on income, that really, embraces every single species and culture associated with that species, and how they've solved those problems. I mean, this is kind of the beginning for me anyway. It feels like the beginning of a big shift.
Yeah.
And it's nice to hear that, maybe it's lip service from Romney and all the leaders that are saying various things, but I'm hoping that they actually are. This is their chance. If they deliver, I might have a little faith in them.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. I mean, if the biggest problem in my mind that America's faced pretty much since Watergate, Watergate started it. It wasn't the catalyst. It was the catalyst. It isn't the the consistent problem and reasoning behind it. But the biggest problem that America's had, in my mind, since then, is a complete and utter distrust of the government, and their ability to spend our money. It's been a growing concern. It's been a growing pain that has existed pretty much since Watergate. Before that, there was far more. You look back even into the Eisenhower era, where the marginal top income tax rate was like 90%. That was a time when Americans were like, yes, government, take my money, reinvest in the people, blah, blah, blah. But ever since sort of Watergate and moving forward even beyond that, I mean, in recent times, people don't feel comfortable with the government doing anything with their money. Taxes are the evil thing. But I think, if we could get to a semblance of UBI or something like this, maybe out of this crisis, it might help dispel that like, oh, can we trust our government again? I don't know. I mean, I definitely don't trust this administration right now because they're bungling it. But, maybe in the long term, from the senators, our representatives, et cetera, might turn into something decent,
It's something interesting too. I certainly do not ever want to go. I don't want to stand on a vegan soapbox by any means. I've never been that kind of guy. I do own a vegan restaurant, but it's not, a way for me to preach about anything. But I do have to just talk for 1 second about how interesting it is that the desire for the need for meat or for food, maybe I should back up because the situation that occurred in Wuhan, China in the 70s, they were having such a hard time managing the food supply chain that they essentially just said, fine, y'all manage it. And that's how these wet shops kind of got started. I have nothing bad to say about people supporting themselves. They obviously were doing this to survive, but it does shed a light on practices that need to be reevaluated. And I think that, looking forward in the future, the food supply chain, once all of this blows over, is going to be severely under the microscope. We've got to change how our food is being raised or grown or whatever. It needs to change. It's disgusting. And our systems here in the States are disgusting, but don't even hold a candle to what's happening in other places and the access to clean, good food.
I totally agree. I mean, I feel like our last issue came out 3 months too early because I feel like interviewing. Did you catch our last issue that we did? We interviewed Kimball Musk, Elon's brother.
Yeah, I did see that. That was a fantastic issue.
I appreciate you. Well, he's working on that. I mean, talking to you even more, it kind of came across in the interview that he's trying to change the food supply chain, blah, blah, blah. But you're absolutely right. Not even in just vegan and non-vegan options. It's all around the idea that, it takes days and days and days for lettuce to just get to the shelves. That's ridiculous.
Absolutely.
And
you can bet that lettuce came from 95% of the time. It's coming down in Mexico. It's being handled by workers that are being paid absolute shit wages. And it's burning however many gallons of diesel gas it takes to get up here. I mean, it's just
ridiculous.
All of it's backwards. And that I hope that a light is shed on that issue at some point. I don't think that it should be a major focus for quite a while, but once the dust settles, we really need to take a look at that collectively. And I think, ultimately the solution is going to be, hey, everybody, grow your own fucking food.
I think the time is now, once, as this sort of clears up and, as we move forward and again, sort of return to some semblance of normalcy, I think it is going to prompt people to question, where does their food come from? The runs on the grocery stores alone in the past week and a half have been absurd. I found myself in a Loveland King Supers, Saturday, I think it was, and it was insane. And it was like, during no other point is it more clear that the food supply chain is broken when you're in a King Supers and you're surrounded by a bunch of people who are just, it's almost like a riot, like people are just, fighting for canned goods and shit. And it was. I've been into some protests that have gotten a little hairy, and like I even talked to a friend of mine who has been in some real riots, and he was like, I've never felt more closer to a riot than being in a King Soopers during this time.
Wow.
And like, but those are the moments where people are going to remember that. You know, that's now like recent memory. And when you say, look, the food supply chain's broken, they're going to be like, yeah, I know. I actually was, you know, I have something I can relate to. As opposed to when you used to say it, even like 3 months ago, imagine, you know, saying that, people would be like, yeah, but I can still go to King Soopers and get my shit. But if the food supply chain is showing its massive weakness that it has, maybe now's the time to actually have that conversation, you know, or when normalcy returns. I think that's kind of the interesting thing about it, you know?
Yeah, and I think that, you know, from a business perspective, the Gold Leaf, that's been a big focus for us, and it's been hard for us to implement as many changes as we've wanted to over the years because the system is it's so much bigger than one 12-table restaurant.
Yeah.
You know, the first year we opened, I mean, we were our goal was to be a hyper-local restaurant that was sourcing everything within Colorado and foraged ingredients and things like that, and it was cool, and people liked it, but it was not sustainable.
Yeah.
And we learned that the hard way. It almost bankrupted us.
Yeah.
So we had to, you know, we had to kind of fold our hand and give in to the big guys, because the prices you can't beat them.
Yeah.
You know, people are not ready to pay $25 for a fucking sandwich. And I don't blame them. I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
You know, but the system is not designed to focus on local and less travel and healthier practices. And I think this is going to be a wake up call to a lot of different industries, especially when they start when they realize how quickly the money is going to dry up. I mean, like I said before, you know, without our restaurant open and all the other restaurants open, I mean, the world is coming to a halt, and something's going to give. I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, well,
I'm thinking back to the despair part, but I need to go back to the positive part.
It's the sine wave. You're like a sine wave today. It's just but I mean, hey, man, it's fine. I mean, we're all going through it, though. That's kind of the thing. Is maybe the show shouldn't be called Lockdown. It just should be called Going Through It.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think the thing is, though, too, is that also, Fort Collins is just a weird market too. Honestly, I talked to Kimball about this, and you know, brought up the fact that the kitchen used to be there, and the kitchen was pretty expensive, and their food was, you know, I mean, in that particular one, it was, and it was quite expensive, and then all of a sudden, it switched to next door, and the prices went down, and the food got better, et cetera, et cetera. So like that was actually a good choice. And he was like, yeah, now it's our busiest one. So Fort Collins really rewards like really good food for a reasonable price. And since you just by the sheer nature of the supply chain and the system itself can't offer it at that low of a price, I feel like, you know, Fort Collins is going to respond better to something that is that way, but you're still getting good food to people. You know what I mean? You're still, you know, it's not, I don't know. It's, you know, you're not, I don't know.
We're trying to tackle a problem that is far bigger, like I said, than one tiny restaurant. But
that you can even,
you know, with what we're seeing is, every year since I started the food truck 7 years ago, we've doubled our sales. It's been a 100% growth rate every single year.
That's insane.
And you see, you know, Netflix releasing more documentaries about. I mean, the latest one I think was called Game Changers, and it was a heavy focus on vegan athletes and how they're crushing the game right now because they feel better and stronger, and they sleep better, they have more energy, etc. You know, it's not. The movement, the vegan movement, quote unquote, used to be solely about the welfare of animals. But now, in the interest of being a little bit more accepted, because I'm sure you know, Anthony, vegans, they get a bad rap because they do it to themselves for a long time.
Yeah.
But that's changing. I think a lot of people are concerned with their health.
Yeah.
They're concerned with the health of their planet, and they do give a shit about animals. I mean, for fuck's sake, you know, we all have a pet of some kind. We all love animals.
Yeah.
We don't want to see them treated terribly.
Yeah.
And that all these things need to be addressed very quickly. And I think this is going to kind of you know, I hate to use an animal reference, going to spur the horse, so to speak, you know?
No, but I mean, I think you're right. And again, I think the consciousness now, the self-awareness of like, even I've been feeling like of the surfaces that I touch, what I'm eating, you know, all of that stuff is now playing into my daily life. And I don't know if it necessarily did, you know, I've definitely like am drinking more water and trying to stay as healthy as I can through this crisis and stay as nourished as possible. You know what I mean? And like, there's a consciousness to it that didn't exist before because everything had been tied up, like just busyness and working and doing all this other stuff. It didn't exist before. That's now existing in me, just alone in me. And I feel like that might be something that other people are feeling right now too, of like, oh, I need to, like we kind of talked about already, it's like the idea of hygiene being a little bit more of a consideration. The idea of now food probably will actually become even more of a consideration. I think, you know, moving forward, it is something we need to talk about. We need to move forward with.
Yeah.
Well, so we've got to probably move on to some other callers. I wish you could just call in every day. You've been such a fantastic guest. It's been super fun talking, but I have one last question, an idea. What kind of advice would you sort of would you give people? I mean, you're in a very interesting situation for anybody who's tuning in right now. You know, you've got to stay isolated. You're what we would call, I guess, immunocompromised. I guess you would agree. Is that sort of thing? So you've got to stay pretty much isolated, and you're relying on other people to stay to heed the warnings, so to speak, and not be, you know, dickheads about it. But what advice do you have for other people? You know?
Well, I mean, you know, I do think that it's important to remember that anybody can be immunocompromised. You may look at me and my wife and think, oh, they're a pair of healthy 30-year-olds that are running a business. They're fine. And you know, some people I've seen saying things like, you know, I'm young and I'm gonna go out and party, and you know, that's great, but you're not really taking into consideration that there are young people like myself and my wife and many friends that I have that are immunocompromised. And this thing isn't about, it's not about standing up to anything. It's about it's about hunkering down for the good of your friends and your family and the unknown. And that's something that I'm also taking a lot of positivity in my heart. I think that people are really starting to view the greater good and view the big picture. So my advice, stay home.
Yeah.
It's fine. Nobody can work. Everybody's fucked. Why don't we just focus on stopping the spread, and then we can deal with the fallout later, and we can do all of that together.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good advice. Because I mean, you know, what else can you do? There's only one other question too that I've been asking people of like, you know, what are you doing? You kind of mentioned it. You're doing like video games and stuff. Are you doing any reading, meditation, smoking, whatever, that kind of stuff?
Absolutely. I took my first stab at growing some last year. I'm so glad I did, because we're able to, you know, use that medicinally and kind of calm down a little bit. And yeah, my wife is trying to get me to read more books. I'm not very good at that, but I'm trying.
As you do.
And I'm experimenting in the kitchen. I'm spending a lot of time with my family and my 2-year-old daughter, and I'm, you know, trying to stop being on my phone as much as possible these next couple weeks, because you know what you're gonna find. It's not gonna be good news for a while. You might as well just disconnect, you know, and focus on your community and your friends and the love that you have. And but I don't mean that to say don't worry. Everything's just going to be fine, because we do need to. The conversation is starting now as to how we're going to start fixing this thing, and I want to be a part of that. And I'm open to any conversation. If anybody wants to talk to me, bring it on. Let's do this thing.
Exactly. Well, hell yeah, man. Dude, it's been great talking to you.
Hey, thanks for having me, Anthony. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. I know you moved down to Denver, but maybe we can grab lunch in another year or so.
When this all blows over, let's do lunch again because
All right, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Well, you keep doing the work you're doing. You're helping people that you don't even know about.
Oh, I appreciate you so much. You're doing the exact same thing too.
All right, buddy.
Alrighty, welcome to Lockdown Live. We're going to get our first guest on here, Anna, who's always been a trusted expert in the field of coronavirus, to give us our daily update. Give her a call real quick, because I think we missed her last call.
I'm not here right now. Leave a message and I'll call you back.
Well, that's fun, isn't it? Bear with us with the
At the
technical
tone,
difficulties.
please record your...
I hope today... Oh, look at that. There we go. Hey, Anna.
Anna Bakery.
Hey, Anna. How's it going?
Hey, pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. About as good as I can be. We're just going to be doing just sound today. We've been having some weird glitches with the little Mevo camera that we use, so we're just going to be doing a radio show again.
Oh, perfect.
So tell us how things are. There's been a lot today that's been flying around.
Like usual, I don't have any good news.
Right.
Let's
Gotten
see.
used to
So
that by now.
today, I mean, I feel like most folks have probably kind of already seen the big, the new things that have happened today in terms of like, India put the entire country on lockdown, right? So that's crazy. Millions of people on lockdown.
Yeah.
And then more locally, New York, today, Dr. Birx, who's the MD, the doctor who is helping with the White House response to COVID-19, she said that anyone who has left New York recently should be putting themselves on a 14-day quarantine. So as of right now, epidemiologists and the administration are kind of looking at New York as like the hotspot.
Ground zero kind of.
Right now, which, was Seattle a couple weeks ago. And now New York has, I believe, 7% of the total cases in the world are out of New York.
Jesus.
New York's case count is doubling every 3 days. It's really bad, and I mean, it's at the point where it's so out of control. I mean, it's even administering more widespread testing and trying to identify clusters within that cluster. I don't know, what that would look like, how quickly you would see a difference. I know FEMA is trying to get 4,000 ventilators to New York City right now, and I saw Governor Cuomo did a briefing earlier, and he's like, well, 4,000, that's great, but we need 30,000. So you can pick which 26,000 are going to die. Like, when we talked about flattening that epidemic curve, what was that, March 13th, we put that article out. So 10 days ago? No, 11 days ago. It feels like it was last year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So we talked about, like, if we can't flatten the curve, we're going to overwhelm our healthcare capacity, our healthcare system capacity. And so now we're seeing the effects of that, right? Because we didn't enact, shelter in place, and we didn't more forcefully mandate those social distancing practices. And so now we're seeing that healthcare system capacity is getting overwhelmed, where, I mean, we don't have, I talked to one of my old college roommates on the phone. She's a surgeon in Detroit. She usually just does elective, laparotomies and GI surgeries and stuff. And they've got all folks on deck, and they're rotating doctors through. They've got plastic face shields that they're wearing so that they can disinfect those, and then they're just reusing surgical masks or N95s
Right.
underneath those plastic face shields. I mean, we're low on ventilators, we're low on face masks, we're low on ICU beds.
Yeah, even
and it's
in
not
Ju-
just in New York. I mean,
Yeah,
it's in a lot
Colorado.
of different places.
Colorado's
So-
like down, I think 7,000 ventilators. Would be a thing. That
Yeah.
Polis mentioned that I think this morning or yesterday evening, is that we would probably need close to that many. And I mean, that's just to keep in mind too. I mean, these things are the price of a new car. I mean, they're like $25,000 for one of the, usually speaking. So
Yeah.
and what, I forget if you saw this, but there was a country that I believe just gave up either yesterday or today or I think yesterday or the day before, on trying to do traceable sort of tracking, and is just trying to lock everything down. I forget if it wasn't Korea. It might have
Oh,
been.
really?
It might have been France, I believe. I can't remember right now off the top of my head. I don't want to give any false information, but I think that's a trend right now too. That people are just like, there's no hope to try and do contact, tracing.
Contact tracing.
Yeah. So that's a scary scenario that is happening right now, I think. And, I think it's frightening to hear the conversation shift towards the cureness, or the cure is worse than the illness sort of thing. Because that is literally going against like everything anybody in this
I know.
field has even vaguely advised. And it is so frustrating to watch that happen,
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the Asian countries that were on they were on the downslope of their epidemic curve, and they relaxed those social distancing and shelter-in-place guidelines, and may have relaxed them too early while there was still a reasonable level of community transmission ongoing. And now we're seeing a second epidemic curve in some of those Asian countries. We're seeing cases coming back up. So.
Hong Kong, I think, is a great example of that. They closed or they tried to do like a sort of, they shut everything down and then they reopened things too early, and now they're having to close down again.
Who did you say?
Hong Kong?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably a good example.
Yeah.
And so like the only states that have, where the governor came out and they said, okay, statewide shelter in place are, actually California isn't even statewide, is it? Is it more local to the Bay?
I think it's just specifically, I don't even know if LA has done it yet, to be honest. I haven't even, didn't even thought about that.
Well, Illinois and Washington, Maryland and California are the four states that have enacted pretty strict shelter in place rules, even, more locally. And I mean, globally, we're seeing that, we saw that happen today in India and Italy. And I believe, France is starting some of that too. And so, and people are still, they're like, oh, well, if I don't get a ticket, I am not going to abide. And so there are some places where local enforcement is starting to fine people and write them tickets. And so those prices are starting to go up to kind of further, discourage people from being together in public, which it's like, do you really need a $150 citation to discourage you when you know that you could be contributing to like someone's health, like life or death? Like it just blows my mind, kind of the level of dismissiveness and ignorance, I guess, that we're seeing in some people right now.
Well, it kind of shows off like people's true intent. I mean, this is it's wartime, man. Like this is, and it doesn't feel real just yet for enough people. But I think, reading what the horror stories from Italy and the horror stories from Spain and, all of these places, we're in it like next week. We're really going to start to really experience some of, because it's the gestation period of the virus is like 2 weeks, I think, if at that.
So the incubation period, it's highly variable, and what they're saying right now as a rule of thumb is median incubation period is 5 days. That can be as short as 2 days, and it can be as long as 11 days.
Right.
So, when you think about it from that standpoint, when you've got an incubation period that can be as long as 11 days and you put people on a shelter-in-place order and then 5 days later you say, hey, we're not seeing a reduction in cases. This is bullshit. This isn't working.
Mhm.
You have to be thinking about it from like a long game standpoint,
Right.
and look at the incubation period of the disease and take that out 2 generations and say, okay, when are we going to actually start to see these numbers come down?
Yeah.
You got to think about it that way, and we have people currently making decisions that aren't thinking about it that way.
Right. I mean, I think the New York Times epidemiologist correspondent, who covers pandemics and whatnot, put it the best way when he was kind of asked, like, what would be the ideal situation for this? And he said, if we had a magic wand and go back, until sort of January, early February, we could put everybody on lockdown for 2 weeks and it would have worked. But now we're way past the point of that really working. And we have to reckon with the fact that because we didn't act earlier, we're in this now for longer. And the further down that train of logic that we go of not acting, the longer we're going to be in this for,
Yeah.
And I've seen a bunch of, and it's baffling to me that small business owners are I've seen a lot of small business owners who are doing really amazing things, hunkering down, really advocating for the right things and the health of their communities and whatnot. One that comes to mind is Mutiny Cafe. They're awesome in Denver. They're doing that.
Who?
And Mutiny Information Cafe, they're a coffee shop in downtown.
Oh, yeah.
And they're doing really great. They're actually, advocating for this sort of thing and like kind of being a little bit of an example of like how to be community oriented in the new times, so to speak. But I will say that it's baffling to me that I've read so many, think pieces about the is the cure, worse than the illness, blah, blah, blah. And it's coming from people who, guys, come on. Like, I would happily shut everything down, try and fucking figure something out, just try and figure something out, than be stuck with an economic nightmare for like a year,
Yeah.
That's what we're, is if we don't do it now, if we don't swallow, because the inaction of the government, on a federal level, even to a degree on somewhat of a local level, now we have to swallow that pill, and it's going to be 2 months or 3 months maybe or whatever, if we do it now. But if we're talking about reopening the country by Easter, that's just some insane shit to me,
It's wild. I mean, it's absolutely, yeah. I mean, and the fact that there isn't more, more national guidance on this is kind of shocking. Early on, and I know we try to not get political on this, but I feel like after
Whatever.
everything that's happened today, it's kind of like impossible not to.
It's
But,
becoming
early on, Trump
politicized,
said, hey,
though,
What was that?
It's becoming slightly politicized now in some ways, because of the, it's up to politicians and the government now to control a response, and they're not doing it. So now it's kind of become that,
Yeah. I mean, when Trump initially said basically, okay, hey, states, it's up to you. You do your own thing. We're not going to like bail you out.
Right.
It did, it gave each state a little bit of flexibility in procuring their own resources and saying, okay, we're going to need this many ventilators. But then you started seeing these instances of states that were stockpiling and kind of hoarding, and states are now literally competing with each other, and they're in like bidding wars on ventilators, and they're in bidding wars on buying out the next, masks that come out. And so, whether or not you think we should have a more decentralized government or not, or where you fall on that political spectrum, it's like, I don't know. I think I think we need some more national kind of uniformity in how the shelter-in-place orders are going, at least, because when you are running it state by state, but you've got each of these states have their own little kind of outbreaks happening, you've essentially, it's not like the United States is on one big epidemic curve. You've got all these little curves that are kind of running their course in each area. And so everything, the timeline on everything is so different and so variable, because you've got highly variable orders coming from the
Right.
governors or from even the mayors of the cities, right? I mean,
Right.
it's not like in China where they just said, okay, the entire country do this, or like India, hey, you're all in lockdown. It's like U.S. is so decentralized, and we really pride ourselves on our autonomy and our independence and so on and so forth. And so now we're seeing the kind of effects of that reflected in the fact that, okay, each state is trying to handle this on its own, and it's not really working.
No. You've got on the spectrum, you've got states that are doing a decent job at it, and then you've got states that are in big trouble, I mean, New York is in big trouble. How many, do you know, I mean, probably not off the top of your head, how many cases are we up to there? How many have we added today, even? You still there?
In New York, let's see.
What
let
are
me
we,
refresh
what,
this.
yeah, what are the,
And somebody that is listening just said South Korea gave up contact tracing in reference to our conversation from
perfect.
earlier.
That was amazing. Perfect. Thank you. I can't see the comments right now, but yes. It's
No, that was
South
my
Korea.
dad just private messaged me.
Oh, okay, never mind. Perfect. Then. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. In New York, let's see. So now the nice thing about this Johns Hopkins map is they've got it at much higher resolution. So in New York, we are at almost 15,000 confirmed cases, 131 deaths. And then in some of the other areas outside, you've got 3,700. Yeah, so it's really bad in New York. Zooming over here, I'm gonna throw this link in the comments.
Perfect.
There is that for those of you that don't have that bookmarked, or I don't know, maybe not everyone's like a map nerd like me. I look at this every couple hours, but
well,
So you zoom over here to Colorado. Zoom over to Colorado. It looks like, I don't think they've updated us yet today because we're still at 34.
Yeah.
But if we go to CDPHE, I know that website is, they do a fantastic job of updating everything. I totally meant to check on these numbers before I called you, and I forgot. So I'm just going to pull them up real quick here. What about you? Did you hear any updates? Anything cool or no, I don't know, not cool? Do you have any good news?
I mean, yeah, there's the pretty typical stuff. There's the pretty typical stuff like Bill Gates chiming in, which I thought his quote was probably the best of today.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, the guy who warned us in 2015.
Are you ready for this? Colorado, 912 cases.
Today?
No, just
Or
like
just-
in total.
Oh, man. Woof. Jesus.
84 hospitalized in 35 counties, 7,700 people tested, 11 deaths, 7 outbreaks at residential and non-hospital healthcare facilities.
Yeah, those are new. That's definitely new. That's gone up since even just
That was
yesterday.
updated at 4 o'clock today. So
Yeah, so that's
these numbers
brand
are a couple hours old. And I'm going to, let's see. So for this case summary here, this links to a nice PDF, and it has the numbers from today. Yeah, that totals 912. So I'm going to throw that link in here as well. So for our listeners from Colorado, you can hit that link and go look at, by county if you're interested in that. And then also I will, again, throw my little sheet that I made with all these links.
Always worth doing that for sure.
Yeah, so here's more local stuff.
Yeah, how's Fort Collins doing these days? I mean, I know they've been trying to ramp up efforts, but it seems like they've, I don't know. I've heard from a couple of friends of mine that are still up there that people, when you drive through the town or whatever, it still doesn't feel as empty as it probably should. I had that experience in Denver, to be honest, the other day, and I think we were talking about that yesterday, where it just doesn't feel quite as eerie as you would expect it to,
Yeah, no, it's I actually was just working from home in Loveland today, and man, I'm really bad at multitasking. Okay, both links are posted.
Hey.
Things in Loveland are, people are still doing a lot of walking around. So like people are, at the kind of communal, like trailheads and things like that, I'm still seeing a lot of folks parked and taking walks and
Mhm.
stuff. And so, I mean, you just kind of hope that folks are keeping their distance from one another while they're hiking and walking and stuff. But
Sure.
I talked to a buddy of mine, and he lived near campus, and he said there were a bunch of kids out partying yesterday in their yard, and they've just been out there drinking and playing beer pong every day. And so, you know, it's CSU kids that are back from spring break. All the classes got moved online, but their leases go through August, right?
Mhm.
So, like, they don't really have any reason to leave. And so,
Yeah.
those situations are concerning because, again, that's that age group where we're seeing people that are asymptomatic and they're still shedding live virus. And so, or they're asymptomatic and you find out later on, you know, they were infected. And so just thinking about it from the standpoint of kind of a typhoid Mary, like could these people be, you know, super shedders or super spreaders and
Yeah.
potentially
And just not even
infecting people
abiding.
that,
Yeah.
you know, aren't lucky enough to be asymptomatic. Yeah, so there's still quite a bit of activity, I think, up in Fort Collins. I think most of our friends, I think, are being pretty good and pretty responsible about it. But,
Totally.
you know, yeah, the grocery stores are still kind of madhouses, and I need to go restock soon, and I'm a little bit nervous, but,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. I mean, I think I said this yesterday. Just go to your, you know, if there, I don't know, there's a couple of them up there, but try and go to, you know, an Asian supermarket because racist white people.
Yeah.
You know, and they need business. That's the thing, is like ours down here was empty. I drove past King Supers, it was packed. I drove to and they've got meat and fish and like literally everything you could possibly want. And I walked in and it was just me in the fucking store. And I was like, what
Wow.
the fuck is this shit?
That's smart. Yeah, I saw somebody that works at the food co-op up in Fort Collins said, you know, our shelves are stocked. We're not running out every day. And so it's, you know, some of these smaller stores, especially I like the idea of checking out, you know, some of the stores owned by, you know, some of the family owned kind of like Asian and Indian stores. And plus they just have such yummy stuff there too, but they're probably a lot less, I don't know, apocalyptic and scary and violent than going to King Soopers right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, like I said, you know, I think it was a week and a half ago, I, you know, stood in line and did the dance at King Soopers, and it was awful. It felt more like a riot than anything. And you know, a friend of mine, I think, talked about this, that it was riotous, and it felt the energy there was just woof. And you know, I did that once. I'm good. If I can go to, you know, some of my local spots up in here that are just small little grocery stores and patronize a local business, it's like a win-win, you know. Then on top of that, I don't have to deal with, you know, people shoving each other for packets of tuna, you know.
It reminds me a little bit of those really scary videos you see of like the Black Friday shopping when people accidentally get like trampled, and you're like, okay, how many people died Black Friday shopping this year? You're like, okay.
Yeah, it was like, it seriously was probably like, you know, 20, it was just one, you know, angry spat away from becoming a situation where people were going to get trampled. And that's the scary bit, when it's just teetering on the edge. Like, it's still civil, but you know, if somebody, you know, annoys one other person, it's just going to go downhill, you know? It's going to erupt.
Hey, do you know, I think we talked about this yesterday, but a lot of stores are, so they're open from like 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. so they can have enough time at night to restock everything.
Yeah.
So then the 8 a.m. to like 9 a.m. period, and I'm sure it varies by store, but first thing in the morning, they are opening it for the elderly and pregnant customers and folks that may be at risk of contracting it. And then, you know, at 9 a.m. or whatever time, then they open it up to general shoppers.
Yeah.
Do you know if there's a place to get that information? And also, I'm just thinking of our friends that, you know, are immunocompromised or may have other underlying health conditions. I mean, I wonder if hopefully they're not, you know, policing people and saying, oh, no, you're not elderly or pregnant, you can't come in. But, you know, I'm just thinking of those people that maybe don't have outwardly visible
Yeah.
things that scream, hey, I'm more susceptible to being infected with this virus and developing really severe symptoms.
Yeah. I don't know. I've heard about, and I think we did talk about this. It was either yesterday or the day before. We talked about this sort of thing, this elderly hours for grocery stores. King Super City Market saying for all of the customers, so 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. I believe is
okay.
7 or okay. Wait. Here it is. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. is exclusively shopping needs for senior citizens, a temporary move to blah blah blah, at-risk customers, etc., etc. So that's for King Supers. I think they're all doing different things. So King Supers is 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Safeway and Albertsons are doing that 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. Walgreens 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Okay. And so they all kind of have different ones. I'll link this in the comment. There's a 9 News segment.
Yeah, that'd be great. Maybe I'll throw that in my spreadsheet too. That's a good resource to have.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll just pop that in right there. 9 News. So yeah, they all have different hours. I don't know how they're policing it though. Do they just have, grocery store workers saying, no, you can't come in? Because I have no idea how you even would go about that,
I mean, I want to say, believe in the goodness of people and, assume that people won't take advantage of that. But also, I mean, there are people who bought enough toilet paper to last a family of 4 for 12 years.
Yeah.
So, I think kind of reason and logic goes out the window with some folks in times like these.
Yeah, I mean, you would, again, it's like just hammering home the idea we're in a war now. This is a war. Like, this is the biggest. We're going to be a different group of people as a nation when we come out on the other side of this. Just in general, this is huge. And on top of that,
I know,
with the projected curve, the way that it looks, and pretty much what I've been seeing, it's not looking good for the next couple of weeks as far as, just all kinds of stuff. So it's about to get very serious. We're all going to have to pitch into this together and be together and take care of each other because, there's no time for this sort of squabbly shit about, just selfishness. There's really no time. And to be honest, I've basically stopped trying to, there's a certain limitation to me being gentle and subtle when people are like, but I still want to go out,
I know. I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay,
It's just.
I like to try to see all viewpoints and see all sides of things.
Yeah, sure.
If I say it once and then they try to argue with me after I've made my point and I'm like, it's for public health. Like, you have to think about it from a more kind of utilitarian aspect, right? Or standpoint. And people aren't willing to do that.
Yeah, this is.
And it is war. And so I think it's interesting. Donald Trump said he's a wartime president. And so I think if we are really thinking about this like a war, I mean, you have to think of the long game, right? You have to be going into it thinking about the long game and saying, hey, we're going to be raring to go by Easter. That's not a long game approach. That's, hey, let's open things back up because we don't want the economy to tank any worse when, hey, that epidemic curve is going to start looking like it's coming down because we're going to start seeing the effects of social distancing that we're implementing now and last week. We'll start to see those effects maybe in a couple of weeks, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And, by the time that happens, everybody will have been mixing about, and any ongoing contact community transmission that was occurring is then going to, amplify, and we're going to see that epidemic curve come back up. We're going to have a second curve. We're going to see more cases, and basically the same thing that's happening in Hong Kong, where now they're seeing more cases because they relaxed their social distancing rules too early. I mean, we're going to see that happen, and this is going to go into the fall.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be dealing with not only this, but seasonal influenza coming back on board. So
Exactly.
it's
And
just really concerning.
the long-term fiscal impacts of this, but just in general, that from where I'm sitting and what I can see and read and digest, the long-term fiscal impacts, if we let this drag out for months and months and months, would be far worse. Even in just our case, if we have to close down our distribution locations just because those businesses fold or go away or have to shut down repeatedly over the next 12 months, essentially, it would cause a massive disruption. Not, let alone those businesses that would have to continue to close, but even just for us as a magazine, it would be absurd to do that. I would much rather go without an issue for a month or a month and a half or whatever it's going to be able to resume normal operations in like June, maybe. You know what I mean? We can't keep pretending like, oh boy, even just on an economic level, we can't keep pretending, that doing this is so bad. It's better than the alternative, which is doing this for a year. If you really want to do it, like you really want to do this for a year because that's what you're signing everybody up for by ignoring these orders. That's just the main point of fact. And like the economy wouldn't be able to do it. You would have massive amounts of strikes probably. I mean, think about just renters.
Oh my God.
I mean, that would be insanity. So it's like, I don't know if these people who are using that the cure is worse than the illness bullshit really understand what's happening right now, just from an economic level. And it's always like there we go. Just get rid of it.
I will say, I think it's ironic that the messaging is the cure is worse than the illness when these two drugs that are being pushed really hard by the White House administration, which the White House has claimed do have FDA approval for off-label use. However, other health officials within the administration have not confirmed that. And so I'm not exactly clear on whether or not compassionate use or off-label use is okay for these drugs, but the hydroxychloroquine and the chloroquine drugs that we were talking about, that people are taking and poisoning themselves with because they're overdosing. And so this couple in Arizona, the husband died, the wife is in critical care. The White House is still pushing or kind of, hyping up these two drugs when all of the evidence that we have to suggest that they might be efficacious is anecdotal at this point. So I just think in terms of messaging, I just find it, and I'm not, I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not making any claims about treating patients or anything because I can't do that. But I just think it's ironic when the messaging is, the cure can't be worse than the illness. And here we're pushing these drugs that people are trying to dose themselves with at home and they're poisoning themselves.
Yeah.
Someone in Nigeria died as well. They were trying to dose themselves. And so it's, I think it really just gets back to, or really highlights the fact that we need Anthony Fauci, and we need people that are controlling the messaging at the highest levels and helping enforce these rules and, guide the way forward that are epidemiologists and they are virologists and they are medical doctors and they understand how difficult it is when things get hard in the clinic. And, it's just shocking.
We just need a little leadership, maybe, I mean,
yeah.
And I mean, Fauci had, like we've talked about multiple times, and it's really hard to, you gotta separate him out from the whole traditional Trump camp. He is great. He is fantastic, and he's doing good shit. So, but it's like we need more of him, like you're saying. We need more of that guiding beacon to give us a little bit of hope here. We don't need this whole bullshit of, wouldn't it be nice if we would be open by Easter again? Because that shit is totally lunacy and not even, it's not fucking real. Like, it's just not going to fucking happen. And, unless you want tons and tons of people to die, unless you want that, it's not going to fucking happen,
Yeah. Yep.
So.
Yeah, and it's going to take time to kind of figure out if remdesivir is going to be the antiviral of choice. And then, we still have those. Maybe for tomorrow's call, I'll do a little bit of digging and see where they're at with clinical trials on some of these vaccines. And maybe we can kind of have a quick chat about that. But Let's see.
Yeah, I
I
haven't seen
have
any-
my good friend Danielle.
Oh.
Okay, this is too amazing. Speaking of Anthony Fauci,
Oh.
my good friend Danielle, who I want to get on the show with me at some point because
Yes,
she
please.
is a veterinarian that also studies coronaviruses. But she sent me this candle, and it's a Dr. Fauci.
What a killer track to lead us into the lockdown. That was Daytime Satan by Robert Shredford. Just came out. We should have a review of that up probably in the next couple of days. While we get our next guest lined up, we are going to might as well stick with the Robert Shredford theme here and give you a little bit of Shreddy Buddy.
Oh,
Okay.
You there?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. So how are things today?
They're good. I like just got home and ate some food. I was in lab all day. And yeah, I ended up catching Jared Polis's brief, on the radio on the way home, and so listened to that. Well, I stopped to get cat food, and that was, mayhem because I was like, oh, the pet store won't be quite as bad as the grocery store. Not so. The pet store was actually crazy. Everyone was stocking up on pet food.
Oh dear.
And so I was at the Petco, and I got my phone started doing the Amber Alert thing, and it said, okay, Larimer County is going on lockdown tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm. I think at 5
And
p.m.
then, yeah, you're right, tomorrow at 5, yes. Tomorrow is, what's tomorrow? Thursday. God, yeah, tomorrow at 5 p.m.
I think we've all lost track of what day it is.
Yeah, I know. I only know what day of the week it is because of where I'm at in my experiment right now. Otherwise, it's just kind of all the days are running together.
Totally.
My time points for my experiment are kind of keeping me grounded a little bit. But yeah, and then all of Colorado is when is all of Colorado going down? Sorry, you're gonna have to help keep me up to date here.
Yeah. Actually, that's a very good question that
It's 6 a.m. in a
think,
couple days, I think.
I think it might be Friday. I'm not quite sure.
I think it's 6 a.m. Friday. I think
yeah.
you're right. Because it's after Larimer County goes on lockdown. But I mean, I was really relieved to hear that and glad to hear that because, I think, as Polis stated, like there's not a way that we can, arrest people for being in the street. Kind of, you have to, Scouts honor. You have to understand that this is being enacted because people's lives are at risk, and so you just hope that people will do the right thing and they'll, honor that rule, and hopefully it will decrease some of the traffic we're seeing. I was driving into lab today and I saw a lot of people out for walks, and I saw some people, going on walks, but on either side of the sidewalks. They were staying about, 6 feet apart from one another, and I thought that was cute, but there were a lot of people on the roads today, so
really?
I'm not sure if those people were, going to the grocer, going to work, or what they were doing, but it was just kind of strange seeing so many people out.
Yeah, I think, well, it's I've been getting, friends of mine telling me that who are sort of subbing at King Soopers or doing whatever they need to do, that, yeah, as soon as that alert in Larimer County went off, it was crazy town, which makes sense, I guess, but I mean, it's not like the shelter-in-place thing, the lockdown itself is prohibiting you from going to grocery stores if you can, but, whatever. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, I hope that it just really emphasizes the gravity of the situation for people that maybe are not taking it seriously.
Yeah.
But I think for a lot of us, I don't think too much is going to change, because I think a lot of us, we weren't going out and going places, and, we would go and we would get groceries if we needed it. If you needed to go to work, you would do that. But I think most folks I know have been, fairly responsible the past, week and a half since things have become more serious, and they've been sheltering in place,
Yeah. And I mean, that was kind of the thought there, is that this probably should have been happening last week, but I mean, better late than never. Even by a little bit, it's not too late.
It is. I mean, the horse is already out of the barn, but the horse has been out of the barn for a long time now. So
yeah, since like January. I look back on our daily podcast that we used to do, like little daily updates about a minute long, and the first time we reported on COVID was January 24th, so it was almost exactly 2 months ago, and that was kind of freaky to be like, oh man, Jesus, this has been, and that's kind of when people were getting briefings in the government and everything. That's pretty cool that you guys were covering it that early. I went back through my Instagram story and made a little highlight of all of my posts about COVID, and it was really weird kind of going through it backwards and seeing the tone about it kind of become
less and less severe, and even, at the beginning, a lot of the messaging was, everybody calm down, influenza kills a lot more people every year because we didn't know what this was going to turn into. And so a lot of the public health messaging that was coming out about this early on, and I did this as well, was, please don't panic, dozens of thousands of people die from influenza in the United States each year. It's not too late to get your flu shot, practice good hand hygiene, etc. But, I never thought that it would be the opposite scenario where we're like, hey, everybody, like waving our arms, you should give a shit about this, don't.
Yeah.
Time to stop, like going to the bar or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just really interesting how it kind of went from this, really early mass hysteria to now there's this whole subset of people that you're still seeing, claim that they think the virus is a hoax. So,
yeah, because I mean, it was that way
interesting.
until pretty much two-ish weeks ago is when everybody kind of, a majority of people snapped out of hoax mode. I think Tucker Carlson finally snapped out of hoax mode about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And so I mean, I think that was about up until that point. Yeah, it was all partisan bickering and blah blah blah. It's just an evil plot. Any new sciencey news? Moving.
Yeah. So I think we might have talked about this a little bit already, but let's see. We were talking about, there's a large proportion of individuals, particularly in that younger age group, that tend to be asymptomatic. But as we are starting to see more and more data come out about these asymptomatic infections, epidemiologists and doctors are starting to notice that there are a lot of people that test positive, but they're asymptomatic, and like one of their only symptoms is loss of your sense of smell and taste.
Interesting.
So, so that you might see that referred to as anosmia. So basically, an being, without, and then OSM being, smell, so without smell. And, when you think about what the virus does, it's, transmitted through, respiratory droplets. You inhale those. And then the receptor that it binds onto is present in lots of different places in your body. And one of the places that it's present is in your neuroepithelium. So it's able to bind to basically essentially your taste buds and your olfactory receptors. So you lose your sense of smell and you lose your sense of taste. And for some people, it's so profound that they'll be pumping gasoline and they look down and there's gas all over their feet and they didn't even smell it. Or child has a dirty diaper and they don't smell the dirty diaper. And so it's a complete loss of smell. Luckily, neurons do slowly regenerate. And so some of these patients that early on, had this loss of smell, they're beginning to smell things again. So it's not anything you need to be like, oh no, I'm never going to be able to,
gone snowblind. Yeah, no, that's not a
taste an IPA again or whatever. I mean, it's not forever, but there have kind of been a couple folks that are suggesting, should we be pushing this as, we're kind of doing syndromic surveillance, which is a fancy way of surveilling or looking for people based on what symptoms they have. Should we be considering this loss of smell, and should we be talking about this more and using this as more of a proxy of individuals that may actually have the virus infection? So kind of cool, kind of weird.
Yeah. Something to look out for, at least. You know what I mean? I guess, if you were to suddenly lose your sense of smell, you would at least know that would be the case.
Exactly. I mean, that's something you know. Right?
What was that again? You kind of broke up a little.
And this is cool. I don't think I shared this. Oh, sorry. This is cool. I don't think that I shared this yesterday, but speaking of syndromic surveillance, which is, monitoring of symptoms throughout a community to kind of get an idea of what might be going on epidemiologically, Larimer County has started using this self-reporting platform where you can go in and you can say, I live in Larimer County, these are my symptoms, this is my general location, this is how old I am, and then you check all the symptoms you have and when your symptoms began. And so they're starting to use this to kind of get an idea of, who might be affected, where they're located, where we might be at within our own epidemic curve.
Yeah.
More locally. So I'm going to put that link here in the comments.
Oh, very good.
And so that is, let's see, reporting of symptoms in Larimer County. So there's that. And I think that's a cool thing they're doing. And really the best bet we have against this thing right now, since we don't have an approved vaccine that we're using, we don't have approved antivirals or approved medications to reduce symptom severity. I mean, the best that we have against kind of, preventing additional cases is testing cases and then isolating them, doing contact tracing, some of those things that we've been talking about.
Right.
And so, when your biggest defense against this is testing, and the main thing that we are lacking, well, in addition to face masks and ventilators, when the main thing we're lacking are tests, this is a really kind of cheap and easy way to sort of kind of get your finger on the pulse of what's going on in a community is this syndromic surveillance. So this is cool, and I was really excited to see Larimer County is doing this.
Right, yeah. No, and you just posted that, right? We just got that in there.
Yep. That
Amazing.
should be in the, it's right there.
No, I know, you might not know right off the top of your head. I know Polis was talking about trying to ramp up tests as fast as possible. And I know he's been talking about that and trying to push for that. I don't know if there's been any new news as far as testing in the United States that you've seen, or any new developments on that. It just still feels both hopeless and like we're doing the maximum of our capacity right now. You know what I mean? Like I think there's just a lot of misconceptions around testing in general. So I'm trying to get down to the heart of it as deep as I can.
And it's the hiccup we see with most of these. I mean, I feel like the bottleneck in most of these situations. So getting ventilators from production into hospitals, or getting the vaccine from clinical trials into mass production. I mean, a lot of it is, legal and kind of the bureaucratic. There's a lot of government, a lot of hoops that you have to jump through. And so the same goes for diagnostic tests. So these need to be FDA approved diagnostic tests. And there are only, generally speaking, under normal circumstances, there are only certain laboratories in the United States that can administer these diagnostic tests. But, there earlier, when Seattle was experiencing the peak of its outbreak, there was a group in Seattle, and I think they were maybe at one of the medical schools or one of the universities. So they were an academic lab, and they were using banked respiratory cases. They were using banked respiratory cases, influenza testing, earlier in the winter, maybe like, December, January. They were thinking, hey, maybe we can look at these and we can test and see if some of these cases in like January had COVID-19. And then the Department of Public Health was like, well, no, you can't, because those tests or those samples were specifically to be used for influenza testing. They tested negative for influenza, and they can't be used for anything else. And so all of the PIs, or all of the scientists that were kind of looking at this project epidemiologically, they got together and they were like, okay, so, we have a few options. We can, listen to public health, and we can not test the samples, or we can basically go rogue and say, hey, like, I can't in my good conscience not look at these samples to see if maybe this virus has been circulating in the community before we really had detected it. Because as of that point, they thought, I mean, this was like maybe in early February, mid-February,
Yeah.
and they were starting to see a lot of outbreaks in like nursing homes and things like that, and that's when it really became problematic. So they decided to just go rogue and do it anyway,
Yeah.
and they found positives from like mid-January. So
I
they
think
were
it-
like, okay.
Yeah.
So then, you know, we always say in diagnostics, you know, don't run a test unless you're going to do anything with the information you get out of it. So then they were faced with, okay, now what do we do with this information? Because legally we can't report it,
Right.
but it's really important information to have. So they kind of led the charge on this whole, you know, breaking out of this framework of, okay, only FDA approved tests, and there's a very strict way that we have to go about this. And so now we're seeing more, you know, academic institutions, CSU included. Jared Polis mentioned, you know, CSU and a couple of the other universities here in Colorado, but, you know, partnering with state health departments because, you know, basically anywhere that has a lab now can help with tests. They just are kind of expediting and rushing the process of getting some of these approvals in place. And so that's going to hugely help expand our diagnostic capacity and really increase the number of tests that we're able to run daily if we're able to let some of these university labs jump on board and help with the testing. Because you've got tons of graduate students that are now no longer allowed in lab. They're not working on their dissertations. They're sitting at home twiddling their thumbs. So, you know, why not put them to work helping out with this crisis? I mean, yeah.
And that system, I remember hearing about this, that system worked really, really well. And they found, I think, the first case of COVID-19 in pretty much like the first batch of samples that they were processing, which was crazy. And then I remember hearing about these same people. They caught a kid who was just about to walk into his high school who had tested positive for it and stopped him from doing that. And that could have been absolutely horrible, especially back in those back in those days, like, you know, it was a month and a half ago, but still
back in those days. I know it feels like last year.
Back in those days when we weren't doing any of this, you know, lockdown wasn't even a word, you know, for a lot of people. This was totally something of fiction. And yeah, I mean, they I think single-handedly pretty much averted kind of a strangely big crisis moment right there, which is crazy. They just, like you said, they went rogue and did it. I don't know. Do you have any good news? I have to ask this every day.
Oh my gosh.
Because I think I have one piece of good news, which I thought was a little bit more amusing, but it sort of was sent to me. Right now, in New York, I believe, and I think in a couple of other places, they're having the same problem. There's a shortage of pets to adopt because so many people are going and adopting friends for their quarantine.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, isn't that nice?
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that
so
is so nice.
so there's
okay, that's good news.
Yeah, see, that's nice. That's like good news in a way that you wouldn't expect it. But yeah, I thought that was particularly good.
Yeah, that's great. I like that. I've been seeing that a lot on my Facebook, or at least people that are fostering and you know, helping out since they're home so much now. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, cool. I don't know. I guess we're just gonna have to keep it cozy. Do you want to post the John Hopkins map again? I don't know if you have that handy. But
yeah,
it's
I
always
actually
good
do. It's like always open in my tab because I'm a psycho.
Yeah, it's probably
okay,
good to post it.
there is the Johns Hopkins map, and real quick, let's do Colorado update numbers real quick.
Yep, that's what I was thinking.
So let's see, updated today at 4 p.m. So in Colorado, 1,086 confirmed cases. You know, that's obviously hugely underreported. 147 hospitalized, 19 deaths, and 8,000 people have been tested. So in 36 counties.
In how many counties?
But let's see, and I will go ahead. What was that?
How many counties did you say? 33 or?
36.
Oh, 36. Okay.
36, yeah. How many counties are in Colorado?
That is a question you're asking the wrong person.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I'm determined now. How many? Ooh, there are 64. Wow. You still there?
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
you are.
Well,
Okay,
didn't know
that
that.
really
That's something
shocked you.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm here. Word. Well, I went ahead and I threw my link, or my list of links also
Perfect.
in there, and that's got some, the interactive maps, some other kind of fun interactive things, where to go to find up-to-date information, and yeah, I think that's probably it for today, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to be in lab all day tomorrow, so you and I can touch base and decide what we want to talk about tomorrow during the day, because I feel like I kind of have been scrambling since I got out of lab. So.
Yeah, I'm sure by tomorrow, the shelter in place thing will have kind of sunk in a little bit, and we'll have something there. You know what I mean? There'll be some sort of response. I mean, there was already the first lawsuit against the state, so that happened.
Oh dear God! Do
yeah.
you know who?
I will look that up and we'll talk about it a little bit more tomorrow. I just haven't.
Okay.
It's kind of still developing. I believe it was a business against the state because they were considered non-essential. So that sounds about right.
Okay. Well, we live in a very litigious society, and we all value our right to file lawsuits.
Yeah.
So.
Yep. That's a perfect way
have
to
it.
end it. Yeah, I know. That's a perfect way to end it.
America.
Yeah. Hey. Well, we'll pick this up tomorrow and bring a little bit more. But thanks for coming back on so much. It's always a pleasure.
Okay. We'll talk soon.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I think we're going to give you guys a little bit more of Robert Redford while we wait for the next call to come in with Matt from Foco MX and Foco MA. Really excited to talk to him, so we'll just get him on the phone here in a second. But I think for now, while we get that lined up, I'm going to give you a little bit more Robert Redford because this EP is so good. So just hold on a second. Bear with me. And here we go.
Fingers itching, we'll tear your piece apart. And now you're creeping. Yeah.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Good, yourself?
Hanging in there, man. Being responsible adult and staying home as much as I can. How are you holding up? Are you doing the same?
Doing much of the same.
Yeah.
Just a little bit ago, but
You did what a little
shelter
bit
in
ago?
place.
I think you cut out a little bit there.
Did a quick grocery run.
Oh,
few
good.
minutes ago,
Yeah.
but
Well, and I'm sure that was a madhouse. How was it since the shelter-in-place lockdown order went into effect, or didn't go into effect, but was announced?
we missed the tail end of it. There was a line at Trader Joe's to get in, so we skipped that. Went to Safeway, and there was lines to kind of check out. And by the time we were done, it was pretty empty.
Oh, that's good.
So
That's
we
good
got
of
lucky.
you. Yeah. And so, what have you been? You've been pretty much sort of self-isolating for the past week or so, I imagine.
Yeah, as much as you
much as
can.
possible,
It's been nice out to get outside a little bit. But,
Yeah.
trying to be a good citizen.
Yeah. I mean, going on a drive isn't necessarily the worst thing, or going for a walk or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you gotta.
Right.
You can't just stay in the same place for too long. I mean, if you're somebody like me, which I imagine you probably feel the same way. It's being in the house is not great, and the value of a yard has never been higher.
Yeah, I mean that's good. And our neighbor, we have a detached garage, and our neighbor lives above it. But he built like a little gym in it, some weights, and so been utilizing that. If anything, at least I'll get in shape during this time.
Right there you go. So talk to me about what's been going on in the Fort Collins music scene. What have you been seeing? And of course, there's the sort of elephant in the corner here.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the music scene, not just on the local level, but a national level, is it's in a state of transition, for lack of a better word. A majority of musicians these days rely on public gatherings for their income and their careers, and to have that kind of rug pulled right out from under them is an interesting scenario. It's hurt a lot of people. It's put a lot of people in strange, weird positions, but I think a lot of people have also risen to the occasion of trying to figure out alternative income streams and ways to continue to, build their brand and awareness when it's not being live on stage.
Right. Who have you, beyond just live streaming yourself from your living room, is there anything else that you're seeing that's kind of cool that's going on that maybe people could learn from,
Yeah, definitely the live streaming thing is big, and I think it's been successful to a varying degree. I think there's people that find a cool niche for it and are able to use that, and other people just set up and play songs because that's what they know how to do. I think both work, and some do better than others. A lot of cool, online stores have popped up with local or with band merch, both local and otherwise. I think, shout out to Pine Brand and Fort Collins here, who actually jumped on an opportunity and started creating stores for local bands, but also local businesses, and started doing print to order and fulfilling all those through their store. So I think that's cool. What else have I seen that's been unique? I don't think we've seen the tip of the iceberg on uniqueness yet.
Really? Yeah.
I think that while people's backs are against the wall, they're not fully there yet.
Yeah.
Which I think is when the innovation will really start to come out. And also, I think everyone's just so in the boat of the live stream right now that once that kind of period wanes a little bit, we'll start to see more unique ideas that bands are doing. I think being reactionary and putting out new music while we're all at home, what are we doing? It's streaming content of any sort, whether it's movies, Netflix, but also albums. I think streaming has been going up across the board. At least I've seen that.
Yeah.
Because people need that. So I think being reactionary and being able to record something and put it out, whether it's, Spotify, Apple Music, or even just Bandcamp, which is a great tool.
Yeah, just something, getting it out there. I mean, this is another strange thought to have, but, we just are going into this whole shelter in place thing, like, don't go anywhere. And
Right.
Do you think that there's going to be a lot more solo projects in the future? Because I have a feeling that
I think so. I mean, I don't want to give away too many, ideas, because I kind of want to use some of them for the FOCO MA. But
right.
If everyone remembers the band Postal Service,
yeah,
apparently they started because they would mail song ideas back and forth to each other.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be some really cool albums that are, basically done over email. A guitar player,
Right.
Plays a lick and sends it to his buddy who's a drummer, puts something on it. They send it to like, I know this pedal steel guy, or I know, this great synth player. Send it to them, and all of a sudden you're getting all these cool collaborations that are done kind of isolated.
Yeah.
And putting together these songs that are, with people miles, even, countries apart.
Yeah, there's a couple of those projects that I've seen pop up, where they're writing songs via, sending, somebody writes the first lick and then another person puts down the drums. And I've seen a couple of those around, and they're all really, once those are finished, those are going to be the kind of one of the aspects of that uniqueness that we're talking about. Do you,
Right.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess it's a good point you just made. We don't really know yet. We'll know in a month, because right now it's super, everything's reactionary. We're doing this and just doing as much as we can because of a reaction to the fact that we're, having to just change the way that we make content. Speaking of reactionary too, with a festival, how what have been some of the bigger challenges? I mean, obviously we know it's a challenge to move a festival. Like, that's not a secret. But what are some of the ones that you've seen, and what have you had to overcome in that regard,
Well, for FOCO MX, it was supposed to be next month, at the end of next month, and that's been that time period for 12 years now. And it became more and more evident that wasn't going to happen. And we wanted to bide our time and, not move swiftly, but move, effectively, and make sure that we're doing the right thing. And, the decision had to come of, unfortunately, either do we cancel, do we postpone, what do we do? And
right.
With the nature of the event being so community focused and just something that people really look forward to on a regular basis, it became more obvious that if we could postpone it, that would be the best thing for the fans, the bands, and everyone else involved. So our booking committee, who does not only books the bands but secures the venues, hit up a bunch of the major partners, the Washingtons, the Aggies, the Hoodies, kind of those venues, and we found that September 4th and 5th was open with everybody, which is Labor Day weekend. And then we reached out to all the other kind of ancillary venues that we use, ones that are maybe not traditional venues, but bars, restaurants, and pretty much at this point, everyone has said, yes, we're in and want to do it.
Right.
Most of the bands have already said yes. I think we're knowledgeable that things will change. I mean, the whole landscape of the town and city, country, state will change.
Right.
But for right now, we have good buy-in, and we're going to give it a shot in September. And I think there's a lot of advantages of that. The fact that it's a 3-day weekend gives people a little bit more time to hang out and be part of the event. It's going to be a busy weekend in Fort Collins with the Rocky Mountain Showdown, where CSU plays CU in Fort Collins.
Oh man, really?
And just the other general events that go on during that weekend. So hopefully it's just a big boost for everybody involved.
Yeah. Yeah,
town,
and I'm
you know.
And have you heard anybody whispering around town about sort of once this is all over with, the kind of parties and/or festivals they want to throw? Do you know what I mean? I'm sure there's just going to be a lot of pent up energy, and I would hope that there are people already planning for that.
It's interesting because I mean, on an entire level, we're in a very much wait and see period, right?
Totally.
We're all making judgment calls based on no information that nobody really knows, right? I mean, we're making a call that September, hopefully things are back to normal. I know a ton of bands, festivals are making calls that, fingers crossed that the fall is, game on and we can all come back as one. But we don't really know. So I don't think there's too many big
plans,
celebrations planned to say like, hey, we're, free again.
Right. Yeah.
Because you don't really know. And it's also interesting too, because I mean, music and the music scene is always so supportive when something happens. Like if there's a tragedy, there's usually benefit shows that support stuff, right? Whatever it might be. And it's weird to have this kind of, occurrence happen where the natural reaction would be like, well, let's just put a bunch of benefit shows together to support, everyone that's having trouble, but you can't do that.
Yeah, benefit live streams also just doesn't really have the same ring to it, though. Yeah, Jesus, man. I mean, it's so true. There's really no, there's no certainty there. Kind of another little bit of a tangent. It's not really a tangent, but thought here. With you running also, is FocoMex, FocoMA kind of together.
Sure.
With that, are there any plans from FocoMA, for anybody who doesn't know, Fort Collins Music Association? Is there? I'm sure there are discussions right now on what to do about this, because you can't throw a benefit show. Do you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, the main operative for us in FocoMA is to support our local musicians, and we're having regular conversations about how to do that. And we're kind of plotting our trajectory because we don't want to necessarily just throw out another list of resources for bands.
Right.
Or they have to go sign up for an application and to get assistance from a nationally known organization. We want to think of stuff that's more local and effective and accessible for the artists, and come up with some cool ideas that can bring the community together to support these artists as well. So we should be rolling out some ideas here very soon that are hopefully unique and effective. It's definitely on the top of the conversation, especially now that we've gotten the festival move. That was, the main focus for a while, and just figuring all the moving parts of that. And now we're ready to turn our focus to how we can help the musicians in this community get through this period of time, however long it may be.
Right. Yeah. And I'm sure, moving the festival with all of the logistics moving parts with it is not easy. So now you're done
that was
now.
a big deal because
you
it gives people something to look forward to too. So in a way, that's part of the rollout plan is.
Oh, looks like we lost him. Well, we're gonna jump back into Robert Shredford and get him back here for a second. Just give us a minute. Might be. Yeah, we'll just play some Robert Shredford for now. And when he comes back, he comes back. Oh, look at that. Wow, how quick that was. Here we go.
Call from.
Yeah. Hey, dropped call.
Hey, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about it. It happens. Anyway, so carry on.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was just saying that having FocoMex to look forward to means a lot to a lot of people, and we wanted to make sure we maintain that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it was always, in my mind, FocoMex is always kind of like the first party of the summer. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's always the kind of like, summer's here. Like if it's FOCOMX and then summertime happens
Yep.
and all the shows are going on and it's great. But yeah, so I mean, it is definitely going to be kind of a weird year because it's the
Right.
Is it arguably it is the first year where it's not happening in that time frame, right?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So,
Um,
but we'll close out the summer this time.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be fine.
Exactly.
You know, well, it's still going to be this. It's still going to be kick ass, I'm sure, as it always is. And you know, under your tutelage, it will be great. One last final thing: any recommendations on what you're doing to stay sane?
To stay sane.
Yeah, because
exercise.
Just straight up exercising.
Exercise. I lived in LA before I moved to Fort Collins.
Yeah.
We had this. We did this boxing class called Boxing Union, where you box to the beat is their motto.
Nice.
And since everything's shut down, they've started to stream their classes for free through Instagram Live.
Oh wow.
So we get to do that again, which is nice. And riding a bike around because it's been nice. I think exercise is the key to remaining sane.
Yeah. I would agree, and it's been so nice, the past couple of days. So that's helped certainly.
Exactly.
Well, cool, man. Thanks for coming on the show. I don't know, who should we talk to next? I don't know. You got any recommendations?
I mean, bring some musicians in and get their point of view
Yeah.
of how they're coping with this, because
Yeah.
I think it's important for people to know. I mean, there's a lot of industries that are hurt with this, restaurants, in particular, but musicians really, it was a complete shutdown. And, I think it's admirable how the music community reacted, because it seemed like just a general notion of, hey, this is what's best for everybody. Let's just all put a stop to it right now.
Totally.
There's very few, if any, bands are like, no, we're going to soldier on and, make this happen. It was kind of like a collective, this is what's best for society. It's going to suck. It's going to hurt, but let's do it. And, we'll get back to where we were before at some point.
Yeah.
People
and
are still going to come out to shows eventually.
Yeah. And
We
it's
just need to
still,
figure out when.
it's still best. It is what's best for the community. It keeps the community healthy
Right.
and alive. We can't have that shit, roaming around. And I think a lot of people realize that not this past Wednesday, but the Wednesday before. I think that was when it kind of hit, when I think Treefort canceled a bunch of other stuff, or postponed,
Yep.
excuse me. But when that happened on that day, I think everybody kind of realized, like, oh shit, we need to be ready
Yeah.
for this one. And yeah, I mean, I guess if any musicians are out there listening or end up finding this thing, just we'll figure it out. But all right, dude, I appreciate you. Soldier
Well,
on.
thank you, man. Yeah. Keep up the good content, and
thank you.
keep people informed. And when we get out of this thing, I think there's gonna be a lot of great art that's created. So go out and support it.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, man. We'll talk soon. Yeah.
All right. See ya.
All right, bye. Excellent. Alrighty. Well, I think that basically wraps up this show. I think we're going to try and start to keep it closer to an hour. Just really want to say thanks for tuning in. It's been great. We'd love to hear from you if you've got any comments, concerns, insults, anything like that. Just send them on over to info@saltmag.online. Send us a DM on Facebook. Doesn't matter, really. Just any of the above. We always need music, too. So if you've got music out there, like Robert Redford sent us their stuff, and it's fantastic. So we've been playing it. If you've got stuff, just send a download link to our email, and we'll get it on the show. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll see you then. Thanks so much for watching, or listening, rather.